all to the seminar on collaborative regulations, co-creation and sharing of infrastructure in sync with PM Gati-Shakti, organized by the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI, on account of completing 25 years of its existence, dovetailed with the celebrations of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. On the historic occasion, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting the arrival of our distinguished dignitary for the first session. Meanwhile, I would request everybody to kindly be seated, be comfortable, all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, as you all are aware, there are two parallel events which are being organized at this very venue. On this occasion, the seminar which is being organized here in this banquet hall will shortly be inaugurated. And then we have an international roundtable conference which is being organized on the second floor. The chairman TRAI and member TRAI, after inaugurating the seminar, will be proceeding towards the roundtable conference for its proceedings to begin. But we will continue with the proceedings of the session 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we will request all of you to be back in time after the tea breaks and the lunch break, as we have a common ministerial session happening in this banquet hall after lunch. The post-lunch session will begin at 2:30. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, as the honorable ministers would be joining us post-lunch, we have a very tight time schedule before the lunch. I would request all our eminent speakers to kindly stick to the time limits provided to them, that is approximately 10 minutes each. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary Housing and Urban Affairs. And now we begin the proceedings, once again requesting for the exit doors to be closed. We would like to invite on stage Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRI, Ms. Meenakshi Gupta, Member TRI, Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri A.K. Tiwari, Member Technology, Department of Telecom, Shri Rajiv Sinha, Principal Advisor TRI, Shri Ankit Asthana, CEO Smart City Bhopal, and Shri Rahul Vats, Chief Regulatory Officer Airtel. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our dignitaries on the dais for the inaugural session. Namaskar and good morning. Eminent dignitaries on the dais, special invitees, senior officials, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege today in welcoming you all to the seminar on collaborative regulations, co-creation and sharing of infrastructure in sync with PM Gati-Shakti, which is being organized by the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRI, on account of completing 25 glorious years of existence, dovetailed with the celebrations of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Ladies and gentlemen, on the historic occasion when the country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav of completing 75 years of independence, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India has also completed 25 years of its existence. And the government has already announced the Gati-Shakti program that marks a paradigm shift in decision-making. And ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate the 25 glorious years of TRI, 2 independent day-long events are simultaneously being conducted at this hotel today, namely the collaborative regulations, co-creation and sharing of infrastructure at this banquet hall, and the second event being the International Regulators Roundtable on Collaborative Regulations using RegTech and technology platforms, will be running parallelly in room number 294 on the second floor. The high-level ministerial event will be common for both the events and will be conducted at this very banquet hall. These events aim to bring together various departments and stakeholders on a platform to explore possibilities of cross-sectorial collaborations or creation and co-sharing of digital infrastructure across sectors. This can help in faster infrastructure and network rollouts at lower cost. And ladies and gentlemen, the support of the dignitaries present today is an inspiration for all of us. And may I now request Sri V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRI, to kindly come on the stage and do the honors of welcoming our dignitaries with the Green Initiative, a plant sapling. We begin with welcoming Chairman TRI, Sri P.D. Waghela. A warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Member TRI, Ms. Meenakshi Gupta, with the plant sapling. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. We welcome Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary Housing and Urban Affairs, with the Green Initiative. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Shri A.K. Tiwari, Member Technology, Department of Telecom, with the Green Initiative. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Raghunandan, for doing the honors. And may I now invite Shri Syed Tausif Abbas, Advisor TRI, to do the honors of welcoming our distinguished guest, Shri Rajiv Sinha, Principal Advisor TRI, with a green plant. We welcome Shri Ankit Asthana, CEO Smart City Bhopal, with a green plant. Warm welcome to you, sir. And we also welcome Shri Rahul Vats, Chief Regulatory Officer, Airtel, to today's seminar. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, as is customary, we begin every auspicious occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp and invoking the gods and goddesses and seeking their blessings. May I now request Chairman Try and all other dignitaries on the dais to do the honors of lighting the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurating today's seminar. Let's put our hands together for the ceremonial inauguration of today's seminar and for Try for completing 25 glorious years of existence. Thank you very much indeed, sir. I request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI, was established with effect from 20th of Feb 1997 by an Act of Parliament called the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India Act 1997 to regulate the telecom services, including fixation and revision of tariffs for telecom services, which were earlier vested in the central government. TRAI's mission is to create and nurture conditions for growth of telecommunications in the country in a manner and at a pace which will enable India to play a leading role in emerging global information society. And one of the main objectives of TRAI is to provide a fair and transparent policy environment which promotes a level playing field and facilitates fair competition. And may I now invite Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRAI, to begin the proceedings of today's seminar with his inaugural address. Please put your hands together for welcoming him.
Very good morning to everyone and welcome to this very, very important seminar. I think collaboration is the mantra, and the earlier we do it, the better it is for the country. Ms. Meenakshi Gupta, Member TRAI, Mr. Manoj Joshi, Secretary Housing and Urban Development, all the dignitaries on the dais, delegates from the regulators, delegations from the industries, ladies and gentlemen. It is a proud moment for me to deliver this inaugural address for today's seminar, which is part of the series of events that TRAI is organizing on completing glorious 25 years of its service to the nation. This year, country is also celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav on completing 75 years of independence. Yesterday, on the World Telecom Day, we had organized a grand event that was graced by Honorable Prime Minister as chief guest. I am delighted that today we are going to talk about co-creation and co-sharing of infrastructure through collaborative regulatory approach. This is in sync with visionary approach of our Prime Minister, that is Gati-Shakti, our national master plan for multimodal connectivity, which aims to break departmental silos and work together for infrastructure creation in the country. The forward-looking and robust regulatory environment in the country has seen phenomenal growth in the telecom and broadcasting sectors, and today India stands as one of the largest markets in the world, aided with fastest subscriber growth. A lot of things have already been said about TRAI's role in taking India from connectivity-starved country to making it the biggest data consumer in the world. But today, I will not talk about glorious past and achievement of TRAI, but rather talk about promising future and the task cut out for all of us. The massive economic and digital transformation that we aspire can be achieved only if we look beyond departmental boundaries and think beyond depending on one's turf. The emerging market conditions need new approach to finding regulatory solutions. We need to foster collaboration among government entities and regulators, which should lead to co-creation, co-sharing, co-regulation, and coordination to solve infrastructure and government-related problems. The objective on which the regulatory framework was built decades ago is losing relevance and passing times. The regulatory perspectives have changed with continual arrival of new and disruptive technologies impacting the way we conduct our business and provide services. The technological advancement in each sector coupled with digital revolution and technological convergence have ushered in new market dynamics and new ecosystem. Various sectors like power, health, finance, aviation, urban housing, education, manufacturing, and many more are transforming themselves by using digital infrastructure as the underlying theme. A well-thought and effective cross-sector partnership between the telecom and various infrastructure sectors can result in decreased cost due to shared resources and increased scales of operation. This can in turn improve reach for service delivery and augment overall development impact. Different sessions in today's seminar bring out various possibilities of intergovernmental collaborative and co-sharing approaches across sectors, including smart cities, power, road infrastructure, civil aviation, metro rails, and shipping. However, a clear roadmap is required for development cross-sector infrastructure and sharing, along with setting up of an institutional framework to build synergies among these sectors. Collaboration could be in form of new infrastructure development or leveraging the existing infrastructure of the participating sectors. Since most of these sectors are using information and communication technologies in extensive manner, collaborating with telecom sector brings natural synergies and a win-win situations for everyone. In addition to the revenue gain from infrastructure sharing, the other sectors gain in form of better digital connectivity. The other sectors can improve their digital services and applications that can ride on these telecom networks. While the possibilities of collaborations are limitless, I would like to discuss a few of them where the improvements or gains for the sector can be immense. The next generation digital infrastructure and 5G networks will play a pivotal role in the development and management of smart cities, as the digital infrastructure has the capacity to offer transformational solutions to meet the needs of smart city dwellers and administrators. Similarly, synergies in infrastructure creation and sharing between telecom and power sector, where we have done a lot of work, and I'm very happy to say that most of the states have come on board to share the power infrastructure with the telecom. So that will help open up new revenue generation opportunity for the for the power sector by leveraging the shared resources. In this regard, existing platform of Forum of Indian Regulators has been working to explore possibilities of collaborative approach between telecom and power sector. We can further work on areas of cross-sector collaboration for aerial and underground fiber deployment and for 5G small cell deployment. In turn, power sector can gain through use of digital infrastructure for their applications like smart metering, smart grid monitoring, preventive maintenance, and preventing thefts. This will also result into huge reduction in the transmission losses. Next is the creation of common utility corridors. Government is planning multimodal logistic parks in hub and spoke model to improve the country's freight corridor, logistics sector. For advanced warehousing, reducing vehicular congestion, improving the tracking and traceability of consignments will require information technology interventions. This can not happen unless the digital infrastructure and networks are there to support these activities. At TRI, we have time and again, through our recommendation, emphasized that all infrastructure sectors such as road construction agencies like National Highway Authority of India, state public works departments, and those executing public-private projects should include in their construction design policy a provision for a utility duct to enable laying of OFC and provisions for towers. There is a need to adopt similar measures in existing projects in a dig only one policy approach. I should say that the Department of Telecom is doing a wonderful job and have implemented most of the TRI's recommendations. In August 2021, TRI has given its recommendation on roadmap to promote broadband connectivity, in which institutional frameworks and several other measures to help cross-sectoral collaborations were recommended. I would request DO2 to implement this at the earliest, especially on incentivizing, including waiver of ROW charges for 5 years for establishment of common ducts and post, and establishment of common ducts and post development agency for planning and development of common ducts and posts across the country. The recommendations also include notification of design and standards for common ducts and posts by the TEC, formulation of policy for cross-sector collaboration with other utility providers like roadways, railways, water, electricity, gas, etc. for co-deployment of common ducts, and making establishment of common ducts can be an integral part of smart city development plan. World over, authorities like ports, airports, railways, metro rails are experimenting new automation process on 5G networks. This is being done to improve cargo and passenger handling efficiency. They have come forward to help telecom operators to build 5G networks so that the cargo and passenger handling processes can be automated. Worldwide, airport authorities are also experimenting new services and process automation using 5G networks. Our collaborative approach between the stakeholders can help them build these networks to suit the requirement of these authorities. One issue that requires to be addressed is the right of way for all collaborations in creation of digital infrastructure. For the infrastructure authority and local governments, a robust digital infrastructure within their area is now a must for running their operations, providing services to the citizens and customers, especially with advent of better and faster digital services and applications. We need to nudge them to facilitate creation of digital infrastructure in their areas by removing hurdles in form of delayed approvals, exorbitant rental charges, additional miscellaneous charges, and unreasonable security deposits. The approach of treating ROW as source of revenue leads to lose-lose situation for all. On recommendation of TRI, Department of Telecom has framed the ROW Rules 2016 and very recently has also rolled out a much anticipated centralized right of way portal, Sugam portal, as a collaborative institutional mechanism between all the stakeholders, including center and the state governments, local bodies and service providers. This portal will facilitate right of way application process in time-bound and transparent manner through a single interface. I think this is one of the biggest decisions taken by the government of India in the recent times when it comes to reducing the cost of the telecom infrastructure deployment. Finally, I would like to thank all the everyone here for accepting our invitation and participating in the Silver Jubilee celebration of TRI. I sincerely hope that the deliberations in today's seminar will find solutions to challenges and facilitate in further cross-sector collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing your insightful thoughts, for the words of encouragement, and for setting the context for today's seminar. And ladies and gentlemen, as already informed earlier, there's a parallel session which will be conducted today on International Speakers Roundtable, and Chairman and Member TRI would be leaving in between this session to attend that. And we now move ahead with the proceedings of the first session. The topic for the first session is Secure, Sustainable, Scalable and Collaborative Approach towards Creation of Digital Infrastructure Solutions for Smart Cities in India. Smart cities are designed with all modern features established in a sustainable manner to accelerate the quality of life through connected communities, advanced infrastructure, mobility and ambience. The next generation digital infrastructure and 5G networks will play a pivotal role in smart cities development due to its capacity to offer next generation solutions to meet the needs of smart city dwellers and administrators. This session aims to explore how collaborative approach for co-creation and sharing of infrastructure under the control of smart city administrations can help in faster rollouts of digital infrastructure, networks, and services at an affordable cost. And the time duration for this session is approximately 1 hour. And ladies and gentlemen, at TRI, we believe that self-regulation is the best approach, and therefore, we do not have a separate moderator for the sessions. We expect all speakers to present their thoughts in 10 minutes each. And before I call upon our first speaker of the session, I have the proud privilege of saying a few words of introduction. Our first eminent speaker, Shri Manoj Joshi ji. He belongs to the 1989 batch of Indian Administrative Service. He has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, Rajasthan, and has held various critical appointments in the union and the state government. Currently, Shri Manoj Joshi is working as Secretary with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our eminent speaker for his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Vaghela, dignitaries on the dais. Our ministry has been working for last few years on smart cities. And one thing which we have realized in working on the smart city projects is that we are a very big consumer of data. When you implement integrated command and control centers, SCADAs, intelligent traffic systems, correct information about in real time on what is happening to solid waste collection system or water system or wastewater system or traffic management system or traffic violation systems, or what is happening in different services which cities are providing across on a real-time basis. We realize that existing bandwidths and whatever is happening in telecom in the beginning it's not a hindrance, but gradually it is, the data requirement is going up and up, and we need to collaborate with the TRI and Telecom department and all the service providers in smoothly consuming the data, because that is a bottleneck. As our data requirement is going up, particularly in the real-time basis, whether it's reading water meters or electricity consumption. And there comes a second issue of how do you lay down the infrastructure in the city and what role smart cities can play or what role cities can play in that. So what Chairman mentioned about experiment, about small cells and using city furniture in lay down the 5G network on an experimental basis in Bhopal. We are really looking forward to that and setting the standards and the way we can collaborate. Our past experience of whatever I have seen in laying out of telecom infrastructure in the country, whether as through the road network and digging the roads and laying down the network, or using Discom's network for laying down the optical fiber, yeah, it has a lot of challenges. In the beginning, yeah, state public works departments were not very sure what system to adopt, what charges to charge from the private operators. Thankfully, Government of India came out with the policy, and we were able to lay down a smooth system where you don't need approvals. Yeah, there are certain charges you need to pay, but you don't need approvals. Similar system has not really evolved with Discoms as yet. Discoms still see it as another source of revenue which they require because they are so desperately short of revenue. They look forward to every possible way. So an optimal I think mix needs to be found between the benefits coming and so that we don't overtax the sector. I think telecom presents a sector where this is one of the biggest challenges, that we don't overtax the system, because there is a capacity for the system to pay or to absorb the costs. And particularly when you are laying down a new system, whether 5G, so increasing the costs is a big concern. So in smart cities, the entire focus has been the common infrastructure for cables of all kinds. And when you start digging Indian cities, you do realize what problems you have. Any part of Delhi, when we start digging for any purpose, you realize that what you are encountering, you never knew existed. Huge pipelines of wastewater, of storm water or telecom infrastructure, all types of networks we find which we had no clue existed below. So one is laying down the with GIS mapping the entire system, what is there in the cities. And along with that, lay down the telecom network so that each time there is a repair requirement, we don't dig up the roads, which is very, very expensive. So I think a smart city and 5G, which obviously has a maximum future in our cities, because cities is what is driving India's growth. Though we don't acknowledge it so much, we don't talk about it so much, but almost 60% of GDP in India is generated in cities, and as our cities grow from, say, about 35% of total population to 50% of total population in another 25 years of time, probably 75% of our GDP would come from cities, though population would be only half. And that's where the telecom, 5G or whatever further technologies come, where the main consumption of the data is going to be, and that is what would drive. So a harmonious development of the cities, where already we have such a large population in the city and we can't really relay the cities. So 5G and further technologies provide us the best opportunity to using the existing infrastructure of the city and making them much smarter to operate and work. And last 2 years, I think our consumption of data has gone up so much, and we realized that we have only started to consume so much of data. Cities are not started, as a city, governments have not started consuming data except in smart cities in a small way, but it's the other requirements which are driving it. Now, the way our different schemes of Government of India, whether it's Amrit, whether it's a smart city, whether it's a Swachh Bharat mission, whether it's we are doing what we are working in metros, on regional rail, all these schemes are consuming data in a very large way, because we are relying on data to operate these smart networks, sitting at one place, getting real-time data on operations of all the systems. And there the cost of data as well as speed of data is becoming critical. So we really look forward to help from TRAI and Department of Telecom and all the service providers in managing the transition to a huge data requirement in city administrations, which at present is not really there. We are relying on the data generated not in real-time basis but coming periodically. Only in the smart cities and the SCADA systems which we have for water and used water, we are relying on a real-time data coming in. And so most of our networks in the water and wastewater is operated remotely now. Under the Amrit scheme, it's mostly operated remotely. Most of the traffic system is operated remotely. Most of the police traffic system management is operated remotely. So the data requirement is becoming more and more. We are putting more and more sensors. So that is another challenge, that do we put up multiple sensors and multiple systems, each by a different department, or we collaborate and operate common control centers where we consume all this data. Now that is a big challenge. It's a basic fundamental governance reform which we are going through, that all the operators in the city, whether it's a city administration, whether it's a police, whether it's a water supply system, whether it's a wastewater systems, whether it's a bus systems, where we are relying on a real-time GIS data giving us where the bus is moving, all these operators coming together and we managing them together in a combined way. So that is itself is a big challenge. Then their data is a challenge. And then we are presuming that entire telecom system will keep providing us, as we keep paying, they will keep providing us data. Now, for you people, that's not so simple. It doesn't come automatically. You do require help from the city administrations and the state governments and the discoms in laying down the network, laying down the technology, which is still on an experimental way in our cities. So we need to, if you want a smooth rollout, we need a rollout in a way no one needs approvals. If we rely on individual approvals, individual charges, negotiate in each city, what would be their charges, what each operator would charge, what is the system, it may never happen beyond pilot stage. So we need to learn from the pilot stage and then roll out the standard operating procedures for that. That would smoothen the way for a faster rollout and reduce the costs. So that is one area for collaborative work between the cities, smart cities, state governments, and telecom operators and Government of India. Other area which we are consuming data in a large way is our metro and regional rail systems. Most of our equipment in metros, they transmit data on their functionality in a real-time basis. So it's a remote management of entire metro system which is happening starting from train to their different parts of the train are transmitting data on their own. Different operating systems in the railway station, in the metro station are transmitting data. The condition of the maintenance requirement, all that data is being transmitted on a real-time basis. Again, that's consuming a lot of data, reducing costs in a big way, improving the maintenance, improving the manpower requirement, and it's a real-time maintenance which is happening in the metro systems. So it's another way work where the entire telecom system becomes very, very critical. And we are consuming a lot of spectrum there and need to keep asking for more from Triad Department of Telecom of our spectrum requirements. It's not just that telecom service providers who require so much of spectrum, we also require a lot of spectrum, and probably there is a way to collaborate where what spectrum we consume and someone else can also consume that and ride on that with that infrastructure. Probably need to collaborate on that. I would not continue to speak, it's more of a learning exercise for us. And probably learning exercise for all of you also. It's a new area, but for us, we have been working on a infrastructure requirement and usage of data. But how that thing comes, how to enable that is an area, completely new area for us. We would like to learn from you and make you learn of our requirements so that that whole of the government approach which Prime Minister keeps talking about works in a more smoother way. So thank you for inviting me for this talk as my first initiation into understanding the telecom issues, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that enlightening talk. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our next eminent speaker, Shri A.K. Tiwari, Member Technology, Department of Telecom, is an ITS officer of 1983 batch, and before joining as Member Technology, he was Advisor Technology in UP East and Senior DDG in Gujarat and Jammu and Kashmir, and has worked in all field activities of DOT as well as in licensing, security, National Broadband Mission, disaster management, etc. And let's put our hands together to welcome Shri A.K. Tiwari ji for his address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais. This, we have been given this smart city topic. So, there is one UN study, actually, UN projection, United Nations, but by 2050, around 68% of world population will be in the city. City and nearby areas. And even in India, which is, of course, farmer, Krishi Pradhan Desh, in India also, what we expect that projection, that it will be more than 50% will be residing in the cities. So with that much population pressure on the infrastructure of the cities, you can understand that what will be the stress on the infrastructure and how we can de-stress that pressure on the infrastructure. That is only that make our infrastructure smart. So this smart city is the concept actually which Government of India has adopted some 5-6 years back and identified some 100 cities for India, and those 100 cities actually then collaborative work has started. So as you understand, and now in the Gati-Shakti actually there are inter-ministerial collaborative problem is there. Whole of the government concept have just now Honorable Prime Minister has taken actually, that the entire government should be citizen-centric actually, whereas actually every department is working in the silos. So silos working for the smart city particularly, in a smart city there will be infrastructure pressure on waste management, traffic congestion reduction, power, water treatment, sewerage treatment and all these things. A variety, healthcare, education. And how these infrastructure will be met, the only solution is IoT actually. So IoT, for the IoT and this smart city and everything, these sensors and the IoT machine-to-machine communication, this is the only way to mitigate those infrastructure stress. And Government of India, Department of Telecommunication through TSDSI and TEC, they have adopted 1M, 2M standard, which is global standard actually, 1M, 2M adopted by the ITU also as recommended. And TEC, as I know, has given many times good contribution to the ITU and this thing, and those contributions has been adopted. Even Niti Aayog has also, based on the Ministry of Housing and Urban Authority Affairs, their KPIs were actually managed, actually mapped, and based on that, those KPIs, TSDSI and everyone, TEC has given some contributions. So problem can only be solved of the smart cities if a standard-based, open and generic protocol kind of platform is adopted. Otherwise, if every organization of the smart city component like water, power, everyone will be working in the silos, then suppose after 2-3 years you will need the upgrade of the infrastructure. So how you will go? You will go for the request for RFP kind of thing, that okay, we want so and so, we are having current infrastructure of these protocols, these standards. You will find that there is no other item because it is your proprietary item, and only that, then you are in the vendor lock-in position kind of thing. Your price, your capex will be either you will have to scrap each and everything and then go afresh, which in a country like India cannot afford. So the best utilization of those infrastructure and further upgradation will be the standard-based approach. So which is, I was just discussing with CEO Bhopal. Bhopal is ranked number 1 in the cities. They are always best in the smart city. They are adopting actually all standard-based protocols, standard-based platforms actually. But many other smart cities, due to lack of awareness, I mean, they may not be having the foresightedness, and as a short-term vision, they have adopted proprietary solutions. The proprietary solutions can be cost-effective straight away, I mean, in the short-term period, but for long-term period, that will never be the cost-effective. So with this all, it is, I mean, our just sincere request to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and other smart cities authorities that they should always go for a standard-based, generic, open platform. Even CDOT has also, I mean, this is our research wing, Department of Telecom, they have prepared, they are having a platform that is open-based, generic platform. So smart cities can collaborate with the CDOT and they can adopt those things. And whatever protocol, I mean, whatever standards, equipments they are purchasing, that should be compliant to the 1M, 2M standard. Then only probably there will be the best fit survival of the smart cities. Otherwise, after 4 or 5 years, there will be problem for the upgradation or some for a new project or challenges to be undertaken. As I mean, Joshi Saab was discussing about the frequency requirement, we in the Department of Telecom, we have already de-licensed 865 megahertz to 868. 865 to 867 was already de-licensed and 1 megahertz we have added on that. Then your Wi-Fi, popular Wi-Fi band 2.4 and 5.8. There is almost 605 megahertz are de-licenses in 5.8 megahertz band, and something 60 or 80 is already in 2.4. So we have enough bandwidth already de-licensed. Not only this, in the E-band also in that segment, 76 gigahertz to 77 gigahertz is de-licensed actually long back. So that is a huge 1 gigahertz capacity, de-licensed capacity. If anything else is required, and we are having for the small power consumption, small power transmitting devices, there is always a scope. We are having those frequencies available for ISM utilization and all these things. So if there is any other extra requirement, then definitely we can think in the Department of Telecommunication under consultation with the authority. So I hope that for the present requirement, frequency is already, and as the use case will come, we are open to de-license. But what further I will urge that this, our critical communication in IoT, critical data requirement, critical infrastructure should be not in the de-license. For the cost effectiveness, de-license is always there, and but that is not very secured. So for the secured this thing data requirement for the IoT M2M, I expect that these critical infrastructure should work in the license band. You can collaborate with the TSPs. If there is any problem, then we can definitely, and we can consult TRI also. So critical requirements should work in the license band so that there will be a secured mode of this thing, because de-license band can never be said as a very secured mode. But of course, this like power, water and all these things, and sometimes once in a day or once in a week operations kind of thing, meter reading and all these things, that can work in the de-license band, and for that we are having enough band. For V2X also there was a proposal. I mean, I was supposed to go with TRI chairman to Hyderabad last week, but we could not visit actually. Our DOT officials visited. So they have demonstrated a very good Suzuki has demonstrated a very good V2X use case presentation there actually, a working model. They were working from 5855 to somewhere around 900 something. So they were using 20 megahertz of de-license band and remaining some 50 megahertz of license band actually. So as a trial license, it was given to them. So, I mean, that is very precious band actually at this side. But yes, definitely we can undertake if there is a specific ITS, that is Intelligent Transport System, there is already band in NFAP. NF band has already been marked, 5875 megahertz onward, and in other millimeter wave also there is ITS marked. So, but there is a use case, there is, I mean, not that much enough use cases are available. So, the main, this thing actually, my focus was that, yeah. Okay. So, TRI has put a cap on everything. They are in practice of putting cap, and authority has put a cap of 10 minutes. So, I will conclude, no issue. Few points I have mentioned actually. Challenges I have discussed. So, open kind of platform they should do. And if at all this, I mean TEC, which our standardization TEC with the TSDSI, if at all you need any help, yesterday CDOT has launched a IoT consortium, actually Innovation Center. Innovation Center in the CDOT has been, I was part of that keynote speaker. So yesterday they have launched. CDOT is working in 5G also with 10 consortium, 5G RAN FR1, 5G RAN FR2, security, core, and many other domain. I mean, they have formed this thing, consortium. So it is a collaborative approach actually of the, not only the regulation for the development, also collaborative, we are talking much. So that has been done, and CDOT has taken, they have launched, I mean, formed a Technology Advisory Board, which consists of 30 very eminent professors from even FCC CTO, Chief Technology Officer of the FCC. She was once upon, in the FCC. She is also on the board. Around 30 very top global professors are there to guide you, to mentor you for any day-to-day problems, and DOT through CDOT is going to fund your startups and everything. So any project of the this smart city or anything, if you have any particular kind of R&D you wish to work in product domain or anything, so probably DOT can be contacted for that, and we are ready to welcome and we are ready to help for that. Of course, I understand that Ministry of Housing and Urban Affair will, they should give more funding to that, but DOT is also open to that. So with this, I thank a lot. I'm having a lot of things actually, which I mean, for the spectrum point of view, for technology development, we can discuss, but here the time limit is there, definitely. So, I mean, if any group, of course, one-to-one may not be probable, but possible, but if any group want to wish at the forum level or something, then I am open to that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our next eminent speaker, Shri Rajiv Sinha, who is the Principal Advisor in Telecom Regulatory Authority of India and is responsible for regulatory issues related to network spectrum and licensing for telecommunication services sector. He is an officer of the 1987 batch of Indian Telecommunications Service and has over 33 years of experience in various administrative and technical matters related to the field of telecommunications and specialization in transmission technologies. And over to you, sir, for your address. May I remind you for the time limit of 10 minutes.
Respected Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Secretary Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, Shri A.K. Tiwari ji, Member Technology Digital Communications Commission, Department of Telecom, Shri Ankit Asthana, Chief Executive Officer, Smart City Bhopal, Shri Rahul Vats, Chief Regulatory Officer, Bharti Airtel Limited, distinguished delegates from DOT, other ministries, TRAI, representatives of various telecom service providers, industry associations, stakeholders of all service providers, a very good morning to all of you. And on behalf of TRAI, let me once again welcome all of you on this seminar. My job has been made easier by my eminent speaker from DOT, Shri Tiwari ji, because what I am going to speak or present, he has echoed almost the same issues, because that shows the synergy between Telecom and DOT and the regulator itself. So going forward with my presentation, and before Mr. Shri Tiwari ji, the keynote speaker, Shri Manoj ji, has also stressed on the collaborative approach we need to take for building a smart infrastructure, which is the need of the hour, and we do need to work together for creating such infrastructure. So please bear with me if I am repeating what Member Technology has already shared with all of you. So this is just a slide which most of you must be aware. What is the concept of smart infrastructure? It is centered around the utilization of networked infrastructure, and has already been spoken about it since morning. The new technologies of the upcoming 5G, M2M IoT, cloud, the IPv6 addressing scheme, they are going to enable the network and create a smart infrastructure. Now, what is the objective of a smart city? It is to enhance the quality of life of people and provide a clean, sustainable environment by establishing a common core infrastructure, which has been emphasized by eminent speakers before me, and deploying a smart solutions using digital infrastructure. The digital infrastructure enabled through next generation communications technology is going to be the key enabler to develop the smart cities. The smart infrastructure is definitely going to impact every aspect of common man, which results in substantial and tangible social and economic benefits to consumers, businesses, citizens, and government. The upcoming 5G technology, which is being talked about like anything, and we are going to witness the deployments very soon, maybe this year itself, coupled with AI and IoT, will propel the mobile and internet connectivity growth, and its impact on GDP is going to be remarkable. Now, the theme of this session is the secure, sustainable, and scalable digital infrastructure. So how do we achieve it? It has to be a smart, innovative solution which is away from the traditional setups. It should not be that energy intensive, and it should avoid waste generating approaches. The solutions that eliminate silos, which has been already expressed, silos of information within a city, allowing for more efficient and open sharing and utilization of information and resources is the need of the hour. There is need to be a convergence, the convergence of physical infrastructure like building, road and transportation, power, with digital infrastructure coupled with smart management and common data centers. There are challenges in the rollout of smart cities. The first is we treat physical and digital infrastructure as two distinct, disjoint entities. Those are going to converge, they are going to merge. Proprietary implementations, we have seen what Shri Tiwari ji has just mentioned. It is going to impede the full potential benefits for smart development. And it is coming because of lack of common standards being adopted by city planners, and that brings the challenges of economies of scale, interoperability, and results in cost escalation. We do need to have a different set of regulatory approach to cater to smart city deployments, and we have to work together so that there is a ease of doing business in this era. And lack of coordination is there, it is there, and we have to look to how to coordinate with each other. Now for me, from TRA's side, the three pillars to have a secure, sustainable and scalable digital infrastructure is standard. If we have got standards, it leads to interoperability and of course, collaborative approach. As of now, even today, when I was in DOT, it was happening at that point of time. Still it is happening like that. We are developing a solution in a smart city which is specific to a vertical. be it street light management, video surveillance, environmental waste management, anything. So this is not optimized with respect to cost, security, availability, and definitely brings the information silos. Well, the new technologies are coming, many more will come, but we must always keep in mind that the standards play an important and integral part of facilitating the development and adoption of new technologies. A standardized architecture with a common set of service layer capabilities, open interfaces, and APIs should help smart city developers and solution providers to reduce investments. That is the key purpose of having a standard. Time to market, you can easily deploy the solutions. Onboarding cost will be less, and it will facilitate management of devices and applications. Now, what we have the structure as of now, what has been expressed earlier also, the existing proprietary structure, we have a dedicated device independent for different verticals, its related infrastructure, and then application built upon it. And what is the need of the hour? Need of the hour is to have a common horizontal layer where different devices for each specific applications can still coexist. We are not saying proprietary solutions cannot be implemented, but then they have to merge to a common horizontal platform. Using that platform, we can merge, we can use the APIs, make use of the standards, and then have a approach where we can have enough data sets, coordinate among different verticals, avoid silos, and work together. So right now we have got silos. What we want is a communication network of standardized components to provide efficient interworking, ensuring privacy, which is critical, and security of information exchange. And how to approach it is through standards. As already mentioned by Member Technology, DOT has specified 1M2M standards, and it has been adopted as a national standard. It is not mandatory, it is a voluntary standard. But I request all the stakeholders, maybe the city planners, system integrators, telecom service providers. There are other important elements in this value chain. There are device providers also. There are so many. They have to work together, they have to adopt these standards, which will result in sort of avoid the prohibitive cost. They don't have to reinvent the wheel. They don't have to go for a greenfield infrastructure. They can make use of the existing infrastructure, the street furniture which is available across cities. This will also help in scaling up as and when required, because you are operating on a standard platform, horizontal approach. All resources can be pulled up, and it ensures the quick deployment of services. Now, the benefits of 5G are there in front of us. It is happening globally. In India, we are going to witness very soon. We have seen the trials happening, and so let us hope that whatever we have seen in trials is going to come to us as a user. It requires installation of small cells because we are going to work in a millimeter wave band, so small cells will be required at a very short distance. To that, for that we need a collaboration with the various stakeholders. As it is being done globally, we can make use of electricity poles, billboards, traffic lights to host these small cells, and also make use of aerial fiber wherever required, because without that the small cells won't get the backhaul, for which the dependence on the city planners, the various authorities, is essential. This will also give a timely ROW and with reasonable fee structure for rollout of small cells. We have taken an initiative in TRAI. We are executing pilot projects to see how the 5G cells can be deployed. One such pilot we are already doing in Bhopal Smart City, so that we can come out with the street furniture, what can be put to use, what are the challenges, what are the processes required, and what could be the way forward to ease out those mechanisms, the framework, which DOT and TRI can together work and find out the easier approach for ease of doing business, and wherever required, a regulatory intervention can be made. So I think I will not talk about much on these pilots because Sri Ankit Asthana is here, so he will be dealing more on this aspect. So to conclude, from TRI side, my message is that there should be adoption of standards and interoperability of solutions, which is essential for having a secure, scalable, and sustainable ICT infrastructure. Yes, the regulatory and policy measures need to be tailored specifically to suit the issues related to services like interoperability, security, privacy, data protection, and forward-looking policy and regulatory approach would be instrumental in supporting this future growth. At the same time, there is need to have a business processes which to be realigned with revision in ROW policies, charges, etc., so as to promote co-creation and co-sharing with collaborative approach. So to conclude, let us collaborate for bridging this gap for seamless connected society. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for capturing this session so perfectly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I call upon our next eminent speaker, Shri Ankit Asthana, CEO, Smart City, Bhopal, who is a law graduate from National Law Institute, University, Bhopal, and a 2014 batch IAS, is presently the Chief Executive Officer of Bhopal Smart City Development Corporation Limited and Bhopal City Link Limited. Being the face of the Bhopal Smart City, he has represented Bhopal at various national and international platforms. And over to you, sir, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him. And may I remind you, sir, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Respected Secretary Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manoj Joshi, all the respected dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. So all the previous speakers before me have probably comprehensively touched upon this whole theme of secure, sustainable, scalable and collaborative approach to the creation of digital infrastructure solutions for smart cities in India. I'll restrict my session largely to explaining what we are doing currently in Bhopal Smart City along with TRI for the pilot study that is currently being undertaken. So, collaboration, government departments not working in silos probably is a keyword that has been used for at least the last 2 decades. I have myself been reading about this all through my preparation time and my tenure during the service. But does that translate into reality very easily? Probably not. So just to give a snapshot, the pilot study basically involves deployment of smart cell technology in the existing street furniture that are deployed in the city of Bhopal. The street furniture that we will be talking about are under the basic ownership and jurisdiction of various stakeholder departments which operate within the municipal limits of Bhopal. So these are the 5 major stakeholders that we've been able to identify which have ownership over the different street furnitures. The Bhopal Municipal Corporation, obviously being the main nodal agency for delivery of municipal services within the city limits, it has the maximum number of street furniture infrastructure that is available, which may be used for deployment of small cell technology for amplifying the outreach of 5G network. The next is Bhopal City Link Limited. This is a separately registered special purpose vehicle company under Bhopal Municipal Corporation, which basically looks after the scenario of urban transportation in the city of Bhopal. Third is Police Department, not just the traffic aspect, but also in terms of various other billboards and signages which are under the jurisdiction of traffic police. Urja Vikas Nigam, it's a DISCOM. It has installed around 25 traffic signals in the city of Bhopal, and the street light infrastructure is under its jurisdiction. Bhopal Smart City being the nodal agency for all the digital infrastructure which is being currently deployed. It has now taken over the traffic junctions, the smart poles, street lighting solutions that we have been able to install in Bhopal. All this infrastructure is currently being looked upon with the perspective as to whether or not it can be synergized. If yes, then how it can be synergized, and how do we ensure deployment of small cells to ensure the outreach to the common masses. The benefits of interdepartmental coordination, well, the departmental silo, the departmental working style has always been working in different silos. Now, I myself am heading 2 organizations right now in Bhopal. I am CEO of Bhopal Smart City and I am also the CEO of Bhopal City Link Limited, which is the company which looks after urban transportation. Bhopal's Smart City has a mandate of developing infrastructure which largely revolves around the use of technology to ensure better delivery of municipal services. While Bhopal City Link Limited has a completely different orientation of ensuring better city transportation services. But both these entities have created infrastructure which can easily be used to further the aims of creation of digital infrastructure. But do we have a very organic linkages between these 2 organizations or the other organizations that I had mentioned in the previous slide? Probably not. So this pilot study, it is a platform not just for TRI but also for Smart City organization to see how we can better collaborate to use existing infrastructure and also look at a mechanism where we can have better infrastructure planning for the future, which includes standard specifications that might be adopted not just by TRI but even other agencies which can make good use of it. A single window coordination system for stakeholder department. Now, for example, this current pilot study which is being undertaken, Bhopal Smart City being the nodal, TRI has an outlet where they know whom to raise their any kind of grievances to. Single window clearance, it's basically a very difficult concept because for every different kind of initiative, a different mechanism will be required. Now, since I am currently restricting myself to the deployment of small cell technology by TRI, so we do have a coordination mechanism, a steering committee, which is currently overlooking this. Leveraging the shared resources and infrastructure between departments, I do not need to underline it further. Many departments have so much of infrastructure which can easily be used that will definitely result in rationalization of existing resources and savings for the future also. Maximum utilization of existing street furniture infrastructure which is available to different departments, increase transparency and reduce non-discrepancy for the rollout and allotment, new revenue streams for departments whose infrastructure may be leveraged for the deployment of digital infrastructure, faster and effective deployment of technology at much lower cost. The challenges largely I've been able to, till now, the duration of this pilot, I've been able to identify 3 large challenges. Ensuring coordination between various stakeholder departments, another of those things which exist in government, everybody talks about it, but something which needs constant endeavor to fine tune it. How do we ensure coordination? Probably it's a big task as I've been discussing about it. The second point is use of non-standard compliant hardware by some stakeholders. Now, another major challenge that is coming up now with the creation of digital infrastructure by different stakeholder departments is the problem of standardization. Like I was mentioning, Bhopal City Link Limited, the urban transportation company, it constructs bus queue shelters within the city limits. Bus queue shelters have passenger information system, which again involves technology, needs integration with the integrated command control rooms which have been set up in the smart city office. But how do you ensure integration if the sensors used in the PIS system are not compliant with whatever technology solution has been adopted by the command control center? So standardization of equipments of digital infrastructure is a very important aspect which needs to be looked upon to ensure better collaboration. Constant evolution in technology paradigm makes future proofing difficult. Now, it's one of the concerns because now currently we are dealing with a pilot project to implementation of 5G technology. Future 6G technology or 5.5G technology is not currently known to us. So how do we make our system future proof for emerging technologies so that this can be leveraged further? So these are the basic street furniture which we've identified, the stakeholder departments under whose jurisdiction these lie. So intelligent street lighting is a solution which has been implemented in Bhopal on a PPP mode by Bhopal Smart City. There are 3 stakeholder departments, Discom because their existing poles were used for installation of smart LED lights, Bhopal Municipal Corporation because they also had some street lighting furniture in the municipal limits, and Bhopal Smart City being the nodal department for implementation of smart lighting solutions. So we have 40,000 street lights, 20,000 LED street lights, which are the smart lights as we call them. So a total available infrastructure of 60,000 street lights, which obviously have 60,000 poles, very beneficial and very easily which can be tapped for deployment of small cells. The other aspect, Bhopal City Link Limited, being the nodal agency for creation of urban city transportation infrastructure, has ample number of 304 bus stops currently. This number actually is 325, but due to implementation of metro project, currently we've been restricted to 304 bus stops. These are currently being used to check and see if we can deploy small cells on these bus queue shelters also. So herein, it is very important to have a clear guideline, clear SOP as to what specifications these bus queue shelters should be designed, so that whatever technology we need to install, whatever hardware we need to install, they are compliant with it. Smart cell set traffic signals, Bhopal. In fact, I'll use this slide to explain the point of not having departmental coordination. Traffic signals is one thing. I think anybody would have a comprehension that traffic signals in a particular city are completely controlled by the traffic police. But that is not the case. It came to me as a surprise also, because in the city of Bhopal, we have 5 different agencies who own different traffic signals. There are 94 signals. Some belong to Bhopal Municipal Corporation. Some belong to the BRTS company, the BCLL. Some belong to traffic police. Some belong to Urja Vikas Nigam, which is working as a nodal agency for renewable energy. So we have different stakeholder agencies having ownership over the traffic signals. Bhopal Smart City has taken this initiative to now combine and take up all these traffic signals, and now we've rolled out the traffic management solution and automated traffic control solution on these junctions. So these traffic signals, they already had technology deployment at them, because we had sensors and cameras installation which were integrated to our control command center. Now they are being used to check and see how better we can utilize this resource for the deployment of small cell for 5G rollout. Advertisement displays and unipoles for deployment. These basically, the smart poles that we had mentioned previously, every smart pole has a variable messaging display which acts as a digital billboard. So these infrastructure can also be leveraged, and they are currently being tested to see how better we can use them for the deployment of small cells. So this basically gives a snapshot of the smart pole infrastructure. It's basically a one-stop solution which had many things rolled into one. We had smart lighting. We have the infrastructure where we can provide up the networking solutions to at least 3 mobile operators at a time. We have variable messaging displays on these poles, which are being used for deployment of small cells. And through this particular project, we've also been able to secure 187 kilometers of optical fiber network in the city of Bhopal, which covers the whole expanse of the city. Through these optical lines, we are able to integrate whatever solution we need to. These are the personal bicycle stations in the city of Bhopal. Bicycle sharing program was introduced by Bhopal Smart City in 2017. There are around 200 stations right now, and we are further escalating this number to 500. We are taking it up because e-bicycle solution are being introduced. Now these are infrastructure available at various distributed locations within the city which can easily be tapped. So largely collaboration, is it necessary? Yes. Why is it necessary? Because smart cities need to change their orientation from mere creation of physical infrastructure to digital infrastructure. Digital infrastructure is an ever evolving area, so standardization also becomes a basic need of the hour. So this pilot study, it obviously gives us a good opportunity to see how we can integrate the demands of the physical infrastructure with the emerging demands of physical infrastructure with the emerging demands of digital infrastructure to ensure better rationalization and better usage of whatever resources we have in our hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the final presentation of this session, for which I have the proud privilege in inviting Shri Rahul Vats, who is the Chief Regulatory Officer, India and South Asia, Bharti Airtel. He holds an engineering degree in telecommunication from the University of Pune and is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, as well as the Wharton School, Pennsylvania. He is also Director of OneWeb India and Vice Chairman of Indian Space Association. And over to you, sir, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, before that presentation, we have just been informed eminent speaker and a very distinguished guest in the first session, Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary Housing and Urban Affairs, has a pressing meeting to attend. And may I request Shri Syed Tausif Abbas, Advisor TRI, to kindly do the honors of felicitating him as a token of gratitude and appreciation with a TRI memento. And we once again thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and gracing this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you once again, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, to carry forward, continue with the proceedings of the session, I request Shri Rahul Vats for sharing his valuable views with the August House present here. Let's once again welcome him.
Thank you. Honorable Member Technology, Mr. Tiwari, Mr. Sinha, Principal Advisor TRAI, Ankit from Bhopal, Smart City, senior officers of the TRAI, the DOT, and the WPC who are here. Let me first start by congratulating everybody for completion of 25 years of the TRAI. I was one of the persons who remember that time running up on Jawahar Bhavan for one of the first tariff orders which came from the authority around 24 years ago. So it was really a very momentous time, and I think kudos to all of you who have contributed immensely for the growth of telecom over the last 25 years. So congratulations to all of you on that. We have heard a lot of perspectives today morning, but let me try to take a different take on this entire issue, and let me try to give you a different perspective altogether. So why is it that we are currently talking about smart cities? What has changed? Smart cities, and what is really prompting this entire discussion? And I think the first discussion which is getting prompted is that technology today has democratized everything. Information is now available to everybody. Opportunities are today available to everybody. There is no distinction, nothing to stop anybody. And efficiencies are getting challenged because everything is now can be tracked, monitored, and seen. Very powerful thing to happen, and that I think is the basis of things happening. Recently I read some of the cities actually are having CTOs. I never heard that, but some of the city municipalities are actually hiring chief technology officers for themselves. So I think that is really changing out now. The other thing which is happening, of course, is the explosion of data. Right? We are spending a lot of time on data, more than 5 hours on smartphones, highest data consumption greater than China. Right? This is triggering our requirement to become smart. Average data consumption around 15 GB, we are at around 19 GB, and this is supposed to rise as per estimates to 50 GB by 2027, next 5 years that is. Right? So that's the second big indicator. Now if you combine both these with what is going to happen in connectivity, when you have 5G, you have IoT, you have AI, what is going to transform is that we are going to have more sustainable and more livable cities, right, which is getting challenged currently in every city we go to. We are going to actually realize our dream of having a $5 trillion economy, and of course, it will then start converting into solutions which will start coming out for sanitation, for waste disposal, traffic management, and smart metering. And by the way, in all of these 4 subjects, something is already happening in parts of the country. So I think this is the large thought, why we are discussing smart cities. Now you will tell me, why is it that we should listen to you? Who are you to tell us about this? Well, I have a pedigree. I come from a background where we can talk about infrastructure. We are one of the largest players in the world, in India and in the world. We have more than 500 million subscribers. We have large touch points. We handle large amount of Airtel money transaction value of more than $65 billion all across the world. And we are serving more than 3,500 enterprises in the country and serving more than 1 million offices. So we really have an idea of what is it that it takes to be smart. What about infrastructure? Well, we do have a lot of infrastructure, and since it's a talk about collaborative infrastructure, most of this infrastructure which is there, except spectrum maybe, is being shared by people, right? Whether it is our towers. In fact, we started up setting up Indus Towers, and that's how we started up the entire process of sharing of infrastructure. We are serving 11 data centers, 120 edge data centers all across. We are working with everybody, whether it's Google, Amazon, Microsoft, everybody is part of this journey along with us. Of course, we have got these 7 large submarine cables which are running and taking data outside the country. Again, a large amount of traffic travels across India, outside India, through our systems. And of course, this happens because we have large amount of fiber globally and nationally. So we really are there in terms of setting up this infrastructure in first place. Okay, now having set up the fact that we do require smart cities and that there is a need for us to look differently, I think what is it that really the digital infrastructure is changing? I think what is really changing, and by the way, this got played out in the pandemic absolutely, right? So we are talking about housing, which can become more sustainable and connected. A lot of things in our houses are already connected. Well, the Alexa in your house, most of you might be having it, is already there. You talk to Alexa, people spend time with Alexa. Actually, they spend a lot of time, connecting to digitally smart things. Fans are getting wired up. Your air conditioners in your house are getting, on a Wi-Fi. So already things in your equipment in your house is already getting telecom ready, so as to say. Of course, jobs, right? Most of the work environment has now changed over the last 2 years, right? We have got a new word. We've got a hybrid way of working. We have got a work from home. We have got actual physical working, right? Infrastructure is making that up and ready and working. Businesses are getting inclusive. We talked about the financial transactions and inclusions. The amount of transactions which are happening on UPI in a country like ours, where education is still not spread all across, is a big testament to the fact that really we are ready to actually start using most of the infrastructure. Health, congested sites, we are not able to have, I remember watching television a few days back, and they told us in Hyderabad, they had to pass ambulance. It really took them 1 hour to be of coordination to pass an ambulance, right? So we have now partnered with Cisco. We have set up with Apollo hospitals, where we have actually done up an ambulance, where actually doctors can come virtually and address the patient. Actually tested out few days back, absolutely fully working fine in this ambulance. So I'm saying the entire concept of infrastructure usage is undergoing a massive amount of change. Of course, we are also working the small cell project in Bhopal, on the small cell part. What is required for our digital infra to be there? I think 3 important things are there. First is that the smart cities should now be ready to withstand the socio-economic shocks, right? If a lockdown happens, if it doesn't happen, why should we be waiting to be ready for that, right? Our infrastructure should be ready for this sort of any uncertainty. Of course, we have to enhance our cities' competitiveness and also the abilities to be able to withstand these things. Fiberization, one other point. Very poor fiberization in the country, hardly 35%. If we compare ourselves with the world, that's nearly 60%. If I compare myself with China, Japan or Korea, they are nearly fully fiberized, right? And that is actually helping them to do a massive amount of deployment and usher in a lot of changes and revolution in the way they are doing a lot of things, including city infrastructures, which is happening all around. So as per us as Airtel, we really feel that there are 6 key pillars, for enabling the digital infrastructure, and which are very, very important, I think, for the rollout. First is that you have to start treating the telecom networks and infra as a public good, not as a thing that, I will do because there is some motivation otherwise for me to do anything. It's a public good element, so it has to be addressed like that. Second is that every telecom and city should now be broadband ready, right? We should not have infrastructure which is not ready to be connected all the time. Third is there should be no exclusivity. right? This is one big factor. If there is availability of infrastructure, it should be shareable, it should be usable for everybody. People should be able to utilize it for a larger good. Third is, I think, the sharing of fleet infrastructure. I think we should have a mandate, right? Because you are going to do a massive rollout in coming days, and I think this is one concept I think the regulator should also, really look at the DOT, that we really need to, change the paradigm of how we are, going to create the infrastructure. Third is, of course, the charges should remain nominal, which is very important for massive rollouts to happen. And of course, Mr. Tiwari talked about the whole government approach, which is very, very important to address these things. Just dwelling a little more on this now, on the street furniture, as we said, there should be no exclusivity, and we should have a mandatory sharing which should be available. This will enable a faster rollout to happen, and also it will actually help the deployment of traffic lights, which Ankit was mentioning about, on poles, etc. And also, it will help us for a faster rollout. Data centers are mushrooming. As the data usage increases for each one of us, it's very important to set up the data centers to be able to manage this capacity. And the biggest problem we are today facing is even getting land, right? We actually have to go down to very deep rural areas sometimes to be able to set up land. And we require land, electricity, water, and permissions again to set up data centers. This will actually, if we enable this, we have a huge amount of investment which is actually ready to be invested. Third, of course, is power. Somehow we always tend to overlook this small fact. And I know Mr. Pujari will be there in the next session, and he has so much more experience on these subjects. I think it's very important that telecom and power, we find a new synergy now. We have to start treating telecom for industrial rates. Otherwise, it is becoming very, very problem. There's a huge consumption of power which is happening. Enabling the open access for solar, again, a large item for us. We are today not allowed to use the subsidies available to set up a solar access, because they want a consolidated usage to come, and I have got distributed towers, so I really cannot use the facilities which are today available. And of course, we require a little bit of rethinking on the smart concept. Right away, I think was addressed with the power of Gati-Shakti. I think this should get addressed. We talked about it yesterday. An honorable minister opened up the portal. I think this will really, enable the entire thing to come out very nicely. I'm very sure on that. Also help us in ensuring that we dig only once and we don't have to do this entire activity again. And of course, I will not drill on the WGA because Mr. Tiwari has already, briefly covered that particular point. I just want to now leave you with some of the thoughts, some of the things which are happening across the world, which we should know. And by the way, some of them are already recommended by the regulator out here. Like in Singapore, there is already a code of practice for the facilities and buildings. Our regulator has recommended it more than a few years back, maybe. But unfortunately, we still have not reached a stage where we start actualizing it. In Spain, there is a very cost-effective model for FTTH deployment. I think that is something we can learn from. Korea is actually setting up all the indicators of how you are going to have the smart cities infrastructure and how they'll be sustainable. So again, a study for us. And of course, China, where the co-deployment model is already existing. Intergovernment agencies actually sit down together, decide on a route, and then they start, laying out the fiber. So these are one of the best practices which are there, and this is what I wanted to share, really. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, before we close the proceedings of this session, may I once again invite Sri Syed Tosif Abbas, Advisor TRI, to do the honors of presenting the TRI memento to all our eminent speakers as a token of gratitude and appreciation. We begin with Sri A.K. Tiwari ji. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful, enlightening address we had from you. To Sri Rajiv Sinha. Thank you once again, sir. To Sri Ankit Asthana. And to Sri Rahul Vats. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we close the proceedings of this session. We shall now break for tea. The tea break is only of 10 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, tea is served right here. You may kindly serve yourself with a cup of tea and coffee and get it back to the table so that we can go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. Thank you. Kindly be back in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, tea and coffee is also served across the hall in the Friendship Lounge. You may kindly go there also to help yourselves to a cup of tea and coffee. Once again, tea and coffee is also served in the Friendship Lounge, which is across this hall. Thank you. and we need to get back in time for that session, as the honorable ministers would be joining us for the very important ministerial session. Once again, a kind request for everyone to be seated. We would request you to kindly carry your cups of tea and coffee to the table. All our delegates in the Friendship Lounge are kindly requested to join us. May I request our support staff to kindly escort all the delegates from the Friendship Lounge towards the banquet hall. फ्रेंडशिप लाउंज पे 2 गर्ल्स को भेज दे, एक बोलो सेशन शुरू हो रहा है आपका। Once again, ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to take their seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with the proceedings of our session 2, the multilateral approach towards creation and feasibility of infrastructure sharing in telecom and the power sector, possibilities and challenges, I invite on stage Shri P.K. Pujari, Chairman, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. Inviting our eminent speaker, Shri Rajiv Sinha, Principal Advisor, TRI. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Shri Ashish Upadhyay, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Power. Please put your hands together to welcome him. Inviting Dr. G. Ganesh Das, Chief Strategy, Collaborations, Innovation and R&D, Messrs. Tata Power, Delhi Distribution Limited. A warm welcome to you, sir. And also inviting eminent speaker, Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kocher, Principal Advisor, TRI. A very warm welcome to you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to session 2. And the topic for the session is multilateral approach towards creation and feasibility of infrastructure sharing in telecom and the power sector, the possibilities and challenges. Alliances can be made with the power discoms, cable operators and municipal authorities for using their utility poles from small cell deployments. 5G infrastructure, when deployed on discoms, infrastructure creates a win-win situation where the distribution companies can be benefited from the 5G use cases of smart metering and smart grid monitoring, disaster management, etc. Cross-sector partnership between telecom and the power sector can benefit both the sectors through increased scales, leveraging shared resources through various areas of collaborations like the cross-sector collaboration for the aerial and the underground fiber deployment, for 5G small cells deployment, and for small metering and smart grid monitoring. And this session, ladies and gentlemen, aims to discuss these possibilities and explore further areas for such collaborations. And once again, the time duration for this session is approximately 1 hour. I would request all our eminent speakers to kindly limit their addresses or presentations to 8 to 10 minutes each. And before we move ahead with the presentations, I invite Dr. MP Tangirala, Principal Advisor TRI, to welcome with the Green Initiative, Shri P.K. Pujari, our eminent speaker. We welcome Shri Rajiv Sinha, we welcome Shri Ashish Upadhyay, Thank you, Dr. Tangirala, for doing the honors. May I now invite Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Advisor TRI, to do the honors of welcoming Shri G. Ganesh Das. A warm welcome, sir. And welcome Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, to set the ball rolling for this session, let me introduce you to our first keynote speaker of the session, Shri P.K. Pujari, who is Chairperson, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, is a postgraduate in economics from Delhi School of Economics, joined the Indian Administrative Services in 1981. During his career, he handled assignments in various sectors in central as well as state governments, and he was closely associated with the signing of the International Solar Alliance Framework Agreement during the COP22 in Marrakech. And Shri P.K. Pujari is currently the chairman of the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him for his address.
Thank you and good afternoon to all delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and my co-panelists on the dais. First of all, I'd like to congratulate TRI for holding this seminar and on a very important topic of co-sharing the infrastructure. I was listening to the earlier session, and it has been pointed out by more than one speaker that we have been talking about sharing of infrastructure, but unfortunately, in the government system, the departments and the ministries, they work in silos, so they often don't talk to each other. So there is a need to deliberately or put a framework so that there are possibilities and of sharing the infrastructure, which is of course built with public money, so that you have the maximum efficiency and utilization of those infrastructures. So in that context, I like again to congratulate TRI for organizing this seminar. Now, cross-sectoral collaboration is the basis of Gati-Shakti scheme of Government of India, as we all recognize. But also, basic common sense says that sharing of infrastructure leads to efficiency and gain in the performance. So there is no doubt about it. Over the years, many regulatory bodies have been formed in various sectors in India, and some of them are very general regulatory bodies, but many of them are very sectoral specific. For example, CRC in the power sector or TRI in the telecom sector. So though the functions of these regulatory bodies are more or less different, but the common thread is that these regulatory bodies manage or control the last portion of infrastructure that has been built in those sectors. So unless the regulatory bodies talk to each other, work together, it becomes difficult for the individual sector or the owner of the infrastructure to really work out a mechanism where those infrastructure can be shared. So it is very important that the regulators do speak and work together to maximize the utilization of this infrastructure. So recognizing this, way back, many years back, we had framed or we have formed a association called FOIR, the Forum of Indian Infrastructure Regulators, in which all the sectoral regulators are member. And the idea was that this body will develop a mechanism for cross-sectoral learning and collaborations. And incidentally, CRC is the secretariat to that body. Therefore, today I'm extremely happy that when we talked about in a closed door amongst the regulators till now, here we are today talking about the sharing of the infrastructure amongst various sectors through the regulators on a much, much wider platform. And so it is a great step forward. One big change, as has been already accepted, that India is looking forward to is in coming years is rollout of 5G network using optical fiber cables. As the economy is getting more and more digital, the need for a faster deployment of 5G network has become necessary. Now, if this is to be achieved in a fast-track mode, there is no other option but to leverage the existing infrastructure of various sectors to the maximum possible extent. So in this context, collaboration between telecom and electricity sector assumes significance. So TRI had in fact proposed in the FOIR that we can have you can go for framing of collaborative regulations for rolling out 5G by using the transmission and distribution networks of power system. And it has been observed globally that many collaborations exist between the power sector regulators and the telecom sector regulators to optimally utilize the infrastructure of transmission and distribution utilities of the electricity sector for rolling out the 5G. So having had that knowledge and experience worldwide behind us, we thought it is the right time to really work together. So after deliberations, we constituted a working group between the telecom TRI and the CRC, in which we brought in the other stakeholders also, like for example, the state regulators, where all the discoms do operate, transmission licenses, distribution licenses, telecom licenses. And this working group examined various issues and considered various aspects such as mapping of available infrastructure assets, installation practices of small cells, installation practices of aerial fiber, legal, regulatory and other licensing issues, and has submitted the recommendation. I'd like to, some of the recommendations that this group has suggested are basically taking advantage of the low-hanging fruits. And I would like to highlight a few of those points because we together can work and then take advantage of those opportunities. The first one is that the service providers of telecom and power sector together own majority of the utility poles, towers, infrastructure, and cross-sector collaboration between these two sectors can promote aerial OFC proliferation. That was pointed out in the morning also. Service providers thus can have a mix of underground deployment and overhead deployment along the transmission and distribution lines, eliminating infrastructure hurdles, digging up and right-of-way issues that normally comes as an obstacle to many of those infrastructure, laying cables and other things. This can ensure fast and widespread OFC deployment across the country on one hand and can also generate additional revenue from the existing resources. So this is an area which has been identified that we should work together. What are the issues there and how we can work also has been recommended. I'll come to that later. Second is that power sector contributes substantially to accessible street furniture like electric poles, lines, supply pillars, cabinet and post. Most of the infrastructure owned by the power sector distribution utilities in cities can be utilized by the telecom operators for deployment of the 5G small cells. So collaboration can be made with the discoms for using their utility poles and fibers for small cell deployment and for providing OFC backhaul to these small cells. Electric poles can also be utilized subject to compliance of the safety requirements. So this is a second area which has been identified, and we probably thought that we can work on those areas. The third is that 5G, when deployed on discoms infrastructure, creates a win-win situation where the distribution companies can be benefited from the 5G use in terms of smart metering, smart grid monitoring, disaster management, automation, fiber-ready network for power grid, energy management, etc. Thus, there are new avenue and cost-saving opportunities, and DISCOMs, when their infrastructure is utilized in the telecom installations, so they can also take advantage of these opportunities. So, having recognized that, these recommendations of this working group was placed before the Forum of Regulators. Now, Forum of Regulators is a body which is formed under the Electricity Act, where all the state regulators are member, and Chairman CRC is the chairman of the body, because distribution utilities are controlled by the respective state regulators and the assets are owned by them. So, it is unlike a centralized regulator which deals with the intrastate entities, the interstate entities. The intrastate entities are handled by the state regulator. So, we thought that it is very important that these issues are brought before the state regulators, so they were also brought on the same platform and get aligned to the ideas. So, we in the last Forum of Regulators meeting, we invited Chairperson Trai and their team. They came and made presentations along with the before the Forum of Regulators, and these points were highlighted, and some of the issues got resolved, and it has already been minuted and circulated. So, some decisions has been taken, which I am sure will facilitate both the sectoral entities to work together. In the forum, the state regulator agreed on coming out with regulations on sharing of revenue between the distribution utilities and the consumers, similar to the CRC regulations of sharing revenue between the transmission licensee and DISCOM. When we have a regulation where on telecom assets are placed on the assets of a transmission licensees, any revenue that comes gets shared between the transmission licensee and the users. In this case, the users are the DISCOMs. So, in the DISCOM, the users are the ultimate consumers. So, there is a need for regulations saying that yes, you are allowing your assets to be monetized, you get X amount of revenue. Does the DISCOM keep it, or it pass it on part of it to the consumer in terms of the reduction of tariff? So, that the regulator has to take a call on that. We just can't leave it like that. So, either way, you can say that okay, 100% can be retained by the DISCOMs, 10% can be passed on this thing, but some decision has to be decided, because without a decision, this issue becomes very critical. So, all the regulators agreed, saying that yes, they will come out with their own regulations which will clarify these issues, saying that yes, you are getting 100 rupees as a part of the revenue, either you reduce the tariff 100%, or okay, you pass on 20% of that as a reduction in tariff, and some minus the cost you can retain to reduce their operating expenses. So this is an issue which SCRCs will be dealing with that, and they have agreed to come out with the respective regulations in the respective state. Second was agreed that establishment of a mechanism for issuance of a single order for multiple connections. Now, you will have cells in different poles. So, the issue was that for every pole you go and apply for permission to the DISCOM. So, it was very this thing. So, we all agreed that for a locality, suppose X number of poles are there and you want to put X number of cells, you identify the pole, poles are all tagged. You identify the pole, you identify the cells, and apply in a common way for a permission, and DISCOMs will give a common permission saying that okay, these are 100 poles or X number of poles, you put those cells. So, the issue of applying individually, that has been agreed to, that they will not do it. So, again, the state regulators will come out with the appropriate procedure in this respect. Third was that issuance of a single composite wheel for multiple meters. I mean, you have small cells, so every cell will be connected. So, there is a need for a meter. So, you can't have, for each meter you will have bills. So, there are 100 meters, 100 small cells are there, 100 meters will be there, and 100 bills will be there. No. So, it was finally agreed saying that once you have metered and tagged to the pole and the small cell, maybe a composite bill for a particular area, they will, depending on how you work it out with the DISCOMs, the telecom operators, you can have a composite bill, will contain all the details, but bill will be one, so the payment will be one. So, there also has been agreed, it's pretty easy, because with smart metering it is not very difficult to do all those billing. And also it was agreed that you have one payment, for once you have a composite bill, you make only one payment. So, the procedural part, to a large extent, people have recognized that yes, there is need to simplify it so that it becomes more facilitating, because these are the one which creates hurdle. I mean, it looks very simple, it's very simple thing, but when you go and work in the field, all these issues do come up, and finally finally acts as a barrier to use of whatever infrastructure is there. So what we request that all the telecom service providers may approach the concerned state electricity regulatory commission if required for this purpose. They will do many things suo motu, but you need to approach also. It has also been agreed that telecom operators may approach the respective state electricity regulator for creation of a separate tariff slab. The issue came up that what rate these small cells will be charged, commercial rate, industrial rate, domestic rate, or some special rate. So there was no uniformity in the opinion amongst all the states, because every state has their own legacy issues. So we say that we decided that in case you require a special dispensation as far as a special tariff is concerned, best thing is to go and approach the state regulator. They have that authority under the Act to put you into a category or create a separate tariff for this particular devices. So this, of course, again, is a techno-commercial legal process we need to follow. So that's one area which is open. I mean, everybody has to go back to the regulator, and maybe in the Maharashtra, you have to go to the Maharashtra regulator and find out what tariff will be applicable. So that's an area which the telecom operator on the field have to do. There is no uniformity. There is no general agreement on what tariff it will be charged. It also been agreed that this thing, and the forum discussed possibility of installing prepaid smart meters at the telecom site. So that also has been agreed to whatever extent possible, commercially and technically, it will be done. So we at the national level in talk with TRI have tried to at least solve some of the initial issues that we anticipate would be faced when you start implementing these projects on the ground. And yes, in spite of all the decisions, we understand that when you go to the field, the issues do come up. But good thing is that I mentioned that Forum of Regulator is a body under the Act, and it meets every 2 months, and all the issues are discussed. So we have spoken to try, in case any issues do come up in the process of implementation, we can bring it to the notice of FOR, because we meet regularly, and the issues can be discussed as we go along. So we value that the assets that has been created in the distribution sector are also utilized efficiently wherever is possible. We do expect that, yes, to whatever extent it gets monetized, it will be good for the discoms, and ultimately the benefit gets passed on to the consumers. We have seen the experience and advantage of it at the transmission sector, intrastate transmission sector, power grid and other transmission utilities have been utilizing their assets very, very strongly for telecom assets. And we want that to percolate down to the discom level. Yes, in every states are in different level of development. Every discoms have their own way issues. Every discoms are not same. Maybe some discoms in many of the large states are strong. In smaller states they are not so strong. But anyway, those are the issues that we need to face when you go along. So having said so, I strongly feel personally that cross-sector collaborations within the regulatory fraternity is a win-win for all the stakeholders in the concerned sectors. And this is there is enough opportunity for leveraging the available infrastructure. What is required is a dialogue and an agreed policy framework for infrastructure sharing and incentivizing such sharing. What is happening between the telecom sector and power sector today can happen between other sectors as well. We only need to explore the possibilities. I'm sure on behalf of the utility, Mr. Ganesh Das will also talk about certain expectations that utilities have from the telecom sectors, and I think I leave it to him when his turn comes in. But definitely it has to be a two-way sort of movement. If discoms see that there is an opportunity for them to monetize or make some revenue, then they will be too willing to do it. In the morning there was a talk, I think somebody mentioned that it should be mandated. The question starts that when you mandate something, I'll find out 5 reasons why it can't be done. So if there is a sufficient commercial mechanism and incentive mechanism to put in place, people will find a way to implement it. So it's not a question, I think, we don't believe that you mandate something, it doesn't, in a commercial sense, it doesn't operate. And we expect, it's not happening today, we recognize that discoms to operate, today they are not operating, and we we basically target them saying that, see, you are not operating commercially, you are supposed to operate in a commercial principle. Now, if you say that you operate in a commercial principle standing here, and then I say that you mandate certain things, I think they are contradictory. So my thing is that we should place sufficient commercial and arrangement where they see some money so that they will be willing to go out of the way to facilitate this collaboration. So thank you so much for providing the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing your views with the August House present here today. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, I would like to request all our eminent speakers of the session to kindly limit their presentations or addresses to about 7 to 8 minutes each, as we have a very important ministerial session coming up post-lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, we are already running behind schedule by about 30 minutes, and we certainly do not want to cut down on your lunchtime. We want all our guests to enjoy the lunch. And now I invite our next eminent speaker, Shri Rajiv Sinha, who is Principal Advisor in Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished speakers on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon to all of you. The keynote address we have just listened to Chairman CRC, Shri P.K. Pujari sir, and the initiatives taken together by TRAI and CRC. It is in front of all of you that whatever collaboration we have done in the recent past, it has really seen the desired results. The outcomes are there, and we are grateful to you, sir, for showing us the way forward for co-creation and sharing of the infrastructure both for telecom and power sector. So I will not repeat what Pujari sir has already shared with all of you, the collaborative approach taken by TRAI and CRC together. Well, if we see the electricity, what we use, it is always on, always plugged in. So no questions from customers, and we take electricity for granted. We rarely stop and think about how electricity, at least until there is some outage or a natural disaster. But for power utilities, sustaining a constant flow of power is complex and challenging. They are evolving to sustainable resources. With popularity of solar panels, consumers are producing as well as consuming energy. So energy networks are transforming because traditional power grids, which have a clear hierarchical structure where electricity is produced at the top and consumed at the bottom, now they have to change. They are changing because renewable energy, distributed energy, power generations are happening. They have to take care of bidirectional energy distribution, fluctuations which are happening because of renewable generation and electrical vehicle charging mechanism. So there is a lot of scope for power sector to transform, go digital, locate and identify and isolate the faults by reconfiguring the network, and to do all these activities, they need connectivity, sensors, and automation. So for this, I think the cellular network which is there, which can provide the required latency, the bandwidth, and a connectivity which is available across pan-India, that can be put to use by power sector for enhancing their maintenance, the grid maintenance. The present setup of power sector, the energy distribution, we do have a smart grid observability in very high and medium voltage branches, but there is a need to introduce the similar type of monitoring and awareness in the low voltage and lower branches. This is where the smart energy, the last mile network will come into play, and the extensive 5G deployments can be seen, which can aid the power sector for meeting out their requirements, maybe for distribution of energy, smart meters, which is already happening, and remote monitoring, the grid maintenance and all. Predictive analysis is the need of the hour for power sector. It is for most of the sectors, but power sector, it is the need. It relies on connected sensors, artificial intelligence, which is derived from machine learning. So for fast and reliable communication network, a grid has to be smart enough to predict impending overload or outages and prevent stretches of inoperability from occurring even for a system that has been in service for many years. This will reduce the maintenance cost, the production downtime, and as has been mentioned by Arthur D. Little, this can reduce the downtime by 32%, reduce the maintenance sessions per plant by 25%, and of course, the major advantage is the reduce in loss of income through a downtime by another 25%. So that brings us to collaboration for synergy. I will not repeat because already Pujari sir has mentioned, and we have achieved that type of collaboration with his efforts and efforts of Chairperson TRAI, that we have collaborated. We have come out with a recommendation to FOIR. The networks are similar, both for power and telecom, but to build such network, the cost is significant. So we have to share. As we discussed in the morning, for deployment of 5G small cells, we need cells at a very short distances, and it's a win-win situation both for telcos and discoms. Telcos will get a place to put their small cells and an aerial fiber to connect to these small cells, because for backhaul they need that type of fiber arrangement. They can put sensors, Wi-Fi hotspots, and at the same time discoms can make use of this available street furniture very close to their network, and they can make use of smart metering, grid monitoring and predictive analysis, which will generate additional revenues for them. As has already been mentioned by Chairman CRC, we look forward to have a centralized portal where the assets which are there with power sector, they have got a huge asset of fiber, but we don't know where it is. So we can have a portal where DOT and power sector can collaborate and come out with that type of mapping, which can be useful for our TSPs, other stakeholders, where they can make use of the available fiber. But for that fiber to be made use by TSPs, the discoms need to look into the regulatory aspects. So it's a simple registration process. They can register with DOT and then they can share out their fiber as a dark fiber. Impediments are there, but as already mentioned, this has been sorted out to a large extent. So now all telecom service providers, they need to work with the state regulatory authorities so they can get the benefit out of the collaboration we have done and take forward the steps which is required so that we can have an easy rollout of 5G network in near future. To conclude, telecom and power sectors would enable use the existing infrastructure of power companies to access the remote areas where last mile connectivity is still proving to be a challenge, thereby leading to faster deployment of 5G. It will also create additional revenue stream for power sector and would help improve the overall infrastructure availability in the country. And as already mentioned, we are collaborating with power sector and we will continue to do so whenever any new issues do crop up, and look forward for such collaborations in near future, and request all telecom service providers and IPs to take the benefit what we have gone through between the two regulators and roll out the networks as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And may I now invite our next eminent speaker, Shri Ashish Upadhyay, who is a 1989 batch IAS officer and has served in versatile appointments in the government of Madhya Pradesh as Secretary in Home Department Commissioner and Principal Secretary in Higher Education as well as Finance Department. Currently he is working as Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Power, and is also a member of the board of NTPC. And over to you, sir. May I request you, sir, for about 7 to 8 minutes?
I'll try to be in brief on that. Respected Mr. Pujari, ladies and gentlemen, I think my work has been made very easy. Mr. Pujari is speaking and covering all the issues before me. There's hardly anything left. I'll just like to point out 2 or 3 issues which are coming and cropping up in the field and opportunities which are emerging. We have got a transmission network, huge, 1,72,557 circuit kilometers, 265 service stations, 4,76,772 MVA transportation capability, and it's got infrastructure, almost 2,50,000 towers. It has been successfully experimented in a place called Jatikara, on Jatikara-Mundka 400 kV DC quad line, where the Telecom BTS can be installed in this tower, and the energy which is right now being wasted by being sending to Earth, the Telecom BTS can be charged from it, so they can save that amount. Now this type of synergy we have to build up and make further. I am told that this experiment was continued for about 2 years, but later on it was given up because the rooftop towers which were installed, they were costing something around 25,000 rupees per annum, and if they are on sharing basis, it was 17,500 per month, while the cost which was being asked, the monthly rent which was being asked by Power Grid was higher. It was something around 35,300 crores. We cannot give up such synergy and such projects only because we cannot talk to each other about lowering the costs. We talk every day with states about hydro projects. Something they give up, something we give up, and then we use the common asset, and that's how the hydro projects are developed. Why can't a similar approach be adopted on transmission lines, on transmission towers, and we can have the better use of it, which can ultimately will reduce the cost. Commercial viability will come if we have mutual discussion and attitude to talk together and solve the problem. Second thing I would like to discuss is about the distribution network. Distribution network is owned by state government most of the time. And as we know, mostly in cities, a lot of speakers in the previous session and the speakers in this session, they talked about the city. But one problem which somehow is being missed out is the lack of availability of land for common infrastructure. And if I am not wrong, Honorable Prime Minister started his speech on Gati-Shakti with the common problem that one person comes from one department, digs up the road, it is being made, next month, second one will come, third month, third one will come, and keeps on going like this. I think power and communication and telecom can easily solve this problem by having a common network in urban areas which is underground. The time has come when we should explore the possibilities of having underground network, common right of way, which will solve the problem for not only initially, but later on also, and will turn out to be more economic. We can have power, telecom, water supply, gas pipeline, and maybe some more supplies which are going right up to the home in future. If one duct, if one common passage can be carved out, it will help everyone in maintenance and it will give a great relief to consumers and common citizens of this country. But when I say it, I'm also trying to warn you, it's not going to be very easy. There are a lot of players involved. There are all three tiers of government: government of India, state government, and local government. And governments always have powers. So you have to deal with them. Then there are private sector people, service providers, consumers. But the time has come when cities, densely populated cities like Delhi, Bombay, or any other metro, or even tier 2, tier 3 cities, we have to start working on these lines right now. The last but not the least, there is a massive program of rollout of smart meter being taken by Power Ministry. I think most of you must be knowing that power is the only business in the country which is being done with a loss, and not a small loss. Almost AT&C losses are almost 22%. Now, no business in the world can be sustained on a longer period which is incurring a loss of 22% of its capital invested every year. So, Government of India has decided, based on the experience of Telecom, that now, in next 3 years, we will roll out smart meters prepaid. If you want electricity, you get your meter recharged. If you don't, and it will also be very beneficial to laborers or small people from a small income group. They can charge it according to their need and according to availability of money with them, and don't have to wait for 3 months or 4 months when Discom will give them bill. This will take care of losses to a great extent. So that huge number of meters, and will not only meters installed in the household, to connect them, we also will have to do feeder metering at our transformer level, and then connect it. So the whole network has to be evolved and developed in next 2-3 years. This is a huge opportunity for telecom and power sector to work together. I'll not take much time because announced already the time is for food. I was just wanted to leave some thoughts with you so you can discuss them over the food. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for the honors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I invite our next eminent speaker, Dr. G. Ganesh Dash, who is the Chief Secretary, Strategy Collaboration Innovations and R&D, Mrs. Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, is a PhD in the area of Strategic Marketing and Consumer Behavior from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, India, and a postgraduate in Management and LLB from the University of Delhi. His professional experience spans more than 33 years and is focused around the energy sector, including India and abroad. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, respected Pujari ji, Shri Upadhyay ji, Mr. Sinha, General Kocher. It's really a pleasure to be here because, as we have heard since the morning, electricity and telecom has been going very well, and we have seen that a development in the sector happens when something great happens in the other sector. For instance, the technology leap which is provided by some other means provides opportunity for the consumer and opportunity to offer better services to consumer in a different industry. And telecom has done just that. If you see that the circulatory system is the electricity which flows to the entire social ecosystem, the nervous system is the telecom. And if you really see the last few years of development, because I remember very distinctly when I joined Tata Power in 2005, we were predominantly dominated by electrical field, electrical engineers, electrical specialists. And if you look at the structure of Tata Power or any of the companies, you will find people, telecom expert, IT expert, analytic experts coming in. And this really talks about convergence of different technology, different aspects into the entire scheme of things. And what is very interesting to see is the evolution of telecom in the energy sector. And if you really make a point in terms of what really had transpired, predominantly electricity sector works on foundational technologies. You know, we have the electricity network coming in, then we have the SCADA, we have the transformers to the network. The foundation technology is the geographical information system. Mr. Sinha did mention about the requirement and essential need of a GIS in an utility. Then we have got the SCADA. or the supervisory control at the medium voltage level, at the low voltage level. And then you have the smart meters coming in a big way. And then apart from that, everything is connected through the network. There is a fiber level network, and there is a local level network, and there is a feed level network, which is many times it is wireless, and it is also wired in some of the cases. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to implement technology. We are trying to make the grid smart, make the grid very optimal. We are trying to encourage the two-way communication, which is there very strongly. It is there in a manual manner earlier. Now we are trying to get it into an automated manner. So all these aspects are there. While we're doing that, the smart meter plays a very significant role. We just heard that the smart meter deployment is been very greatly looked at and is a priority from the government standpoint, not only for developing a commercial model, but also from the point of to give a better customer service, it is important to do that. And one thing which I would like to perhaps make a comment at the start of the discussion is, if you look at the technology which prevails over the smart meters or the technology around the electricity distribution sector, we have got RF mesh coming in, RF point-to-point, point to multi-point, power line communication, cellular communication, where we tried with 3G, GSM was used, then 3G, 4G is used, and then of course in the future it is going to 5G. But what is very significant is there is a need to have a real focus around this area, because if you look at countries like United States of America, Canada, in Canada 30 megahertz is exclusively given for utility. It's a kind of a tunnel where you can push all data, all information through that 30 megahertz what is available, which is free for the utility to use. Similarly, in the US also there is a very large bandwidth available for using for utility operations. Brazil, there is a large bandwidth available. In India, we just have 865, 867, and 2 megahertz is typically used if you want to really use an RF mesh in the unlicensed band. Either or you choose to use 2.4 gigahertz or 5.8 gigahertz, and where as we operate in that frequency, there are some challenges on the power consumption and also on the efficiency, etc. as we move forward. So basically what I would like to make a point, as I mentioned in the initial stage itself, that there is a time that perhaps the telecom industry, also the Telecom Regulatory Commission also probably need to look at, or I also need to look at, that what is that we can do to perhaps make more friendly data transfer in this space, because it is significantly different. Because if you look at the electricity tariff, it doesn't increase. Has a very strong political connotation, because we talk about free electricity and all, it's been very common on that. So the consumers are not pressed to pay too much on that. Perhaps some support which comes from the telecom sector in this regard will go a long way to help on that. Having said that, about Tata Power Company, we are the largest integrated power company. And what is significant is we serve about 12 million consumers in Delhi, in Odisha, in Mumbai, in Ajmer, and also we work with many utilities close to almost 20 states in India, and we work with them on deployment on different technology. And as far as Delhi is concerned, we are there since 2002, and we started very significantly. This is the space at which we operate, 510 square kilometers of area. And what is significant is in this 510 square kilometers of area, we have got about 10 million consumers, 1.9 connected consumers. And this is equivalent to the entire country of Sweden. That is the kind of analog you can really compare. And the kind of challenges we face as a distribution company in India, not only us, the other distribution company also along their work with us. Sri Vadia talked about the losses. We started up with 53% losses. Now we are around 6.8% AT&C's losses, which is comparable to Enedis, which is a French utility. And they also operate at the same, if you look at the voltage level, the network structure, we also almost operate at the same loss level as the French utility does. So we have come a long way since the entire thing has started. And current scenario, as I mentioned, is around less than 6.8% AT&C losses. There has been a significant technology journey, and this has been strongly supported by the developments in the telecom sector. Started from automating the substation to today rollout of the smart meters. And once the data comes in, when the data comes in, you analyze the data and then use that for information to take action. And what we are also very sensitive about is every data you need not collect, because the data center also is a very high energy guzzlers, and you don't want to collect so much data and you are not able to use it. You need to 3-4 days to really run analytics of running data. So what is the trick is to use the data at the edge of the grid, compute and then transfer that into important decision making. That also we very consciously do, so that every data does not come into the central level for us to operate. Smart meters, we have started with the automated meter reading, just a one-way communication using GSM for the commercial and industrial customers when we started off. Now we have moved to the smart metering, and we also integrated with our demand response project at some point in time. So a lot of benefits, commercial benefits, operation benefits, and this we have created by creating our own RF mesh network. We have a RF mesh network at our 510 square kilometers of area. Though there are some pockets we are trying out different technologies like NB-OT. But largely we hope to connect all these things. This is going to be a private network, and the advantage of this private network is, of course, when there is any challenge which happens when you have to take out the internet, so we'll be able to use it very effectively, and then the challenges of cybersecurity also are comparatively less. So lot of benefits and lot of savings. I will share this presentation is already with the organizers. They will share this with you, and there has been a journey. When you look at the journey, it is not only smart meters. Smart meters is essentially called an advanced metering infrastructure. You have a smart meter, you have a head-end system, you have the meter data management system, which is integrated largely to your billing system and everything. So it has to be integrated and also to your advanced distribution management system, so that in the case of outages, in the case of any failure in the operation level, also you are operating. So smart meters not only provide the information on the billing and metering part, but also offers a lot of support in the operation level. So this is the structure wherein it is integrated to the ADMS, customer portal, network planning tool, etc. And that is where the larger role of this thing. And then we have been following a journey. We have tried different technologies like power line communication and all I think what I mentioned. And then finally we narrowed down to a couple of technologies which we are working on this. At this point in time, it will be great to have somebody from the telecom sector also working, because we are not expert in communication. Maybe some advice how to bring down the cost, maybe on working effectively using the power line communication, which can help us to reduce the operational cost, could be also one of the options as we move forward. A lot of training programs. We have to create the infrastructure, support system to make sure that it is also supported at a different level. Customer engagement, because if you recall, sometime in Delhi when the electromechanical meter was changed to electronic meters, a lot of resistance. So now also we are going through a transformation. Of course, support is there from the consumers. So a lot of education to the consumers to tell them that how the value comes in. Now the consumer can see all the information on a mobile, can do a lot of analytics. We have also introduced the home automation system, wherein it could be integrated to the home automation system. So different applications, different opportunities for this thing. And then there are certain use cases. Mr. Sinha as well as Shri Upadhyay also mentioned about different things, revenue protection. And when you have a prepaid meter, that will also help us to further control the revenue protection in a better way. So a lot of applications through data analytics and then utilization. It also helps us to not only operate at a important consumer level, at the commercial level, but also improving the quality of power. You can monitor the power quality, you can develop analytics to improve the efficiency of the network as we move forward. Again, these are the use cases and some of the integration which I was talking about. And we also won the Best Project Award in India Smart Utility Week for implementation of these smart meters. Thank you very much for your attention. This is what I thought I'll share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that enlightening talk and presentation. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last presentation of the session. And may I invite Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kocher, Director General Cellular Operators Association of India, COAI. He is decorated General Officer and was responsible for planning, executing and operating all telecom and IT networks of the Indian Army. The General Officer retired as the Signal Officer-in-Chief, Head of the ICT Wing of Indian Army, and is presently the Director General of Cellular Operators Association of India. And over to you, sir, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him for his presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ill-positioned last speaker for the session. She's already on to 2 minutes. so I don't know what to say. But Dr. Pujari, Secretary Try, dignitaries both on stage, off stage, it is a pleasure to talk to you for whatever time I have. It was a pleasure indeed to listen to Dr. Pujari, because normally what you hear is we met and we agreed to disagree, but what we heard from him was really positive. And Hindi adage comes to my mind, Miyan Biwi Raji to kya karega Kaji. So if the two regulators agree that these things have to happen, they will happen. It's just a question of time. That the power sector and the telecom sector needs collaboration is nothing new. This was known earlier. Why it didn't happen is because there was no requirement. There was no pressing requirement that they should converge immediately. So all went in their own way. There was adequate amount of time. The area to be covered was limited. But now, with 5G coming in, this is now becoming critical. The time of deployment is very short. The area to be covered is very large. And whatever resources can be given by any sector to each other are most welcome. And here power and telecom have converged earlier also. I remember my days in the army when we used to do voice services on power sector. We used to carry voice from Bhutan into India using power lines. Somewhere we lost touch with those type of collaborations, but we have to get back into them. So with 5G, the requirements of telecom sector are going to increase manifold. The distribution of the power sector is going to increase manifold. We require small cells. Small cells are going to aggregate huge amount of data, and that data has to be carried backhaul, and there we require fiber. And to do it alone is a massive task. If there is existing infrastructure already available, if we can collaborate with the power sector and also meet their needs in return, what has come out very clearly in the presentations which preceded, then why not? Then we should collaborate. Both of us are commercial. I won't say that the power sector is not commercial. They, like Mr. Pujari said, they also have to look at earning money. The TSPs also have to look at earning money. And if we collaborate, I am quite certain that we will scratch each other's back without disrupting the consumer. And that is the aim of any democratic country, that the least amount of burden should be put on the consumer. And as a telecom industry, we are committed that we will take telecom services to the consumer fastest, cheapest, and in the least possible time. And therefore, our partnership with the power sector is essential now, so that the essential services of power, telecom, have to go to the consumer. Why can't they go together? So that is the gist of what I've heard since morning. And where we require help from your sector is in tariff. So if massive amounts of towers are going to come up as poles, small cell poles, then you can't really treat them as telecom towers. They have to be treated in a separate manner, like you yourself mentioned, and that has, the rates have to be fixed, the timelines have to be fixed, which you are seized of the problem, Chairman Try is seized of the problem. So if the two of you are working together, I'm sure we will come to a conclusion very, very soon. Second thing that is an ask from you, sir, is about aggregating green energy. We have a lot of solar panels deployed on individual towers, and those should be aggregated for getting the benefit from the CRC, from the CRCs, because we just cannot consolidate them. But if you give us an area, like you said about metering, that it should be area metering and not single pole metering. Similarly, the aggregation of green power produced by various towers in a particular area should be aggregated and benefit. The third thing is about green energy. No, not green energy, I've spoken of green energy, about tariffs of power. What we are, after all, an industry. So what we are asking you is for industrial rates of tariff. In some places, the differential is huge. In some places, it is minimal. But if there is a recommendation from your side to the states' SERCs, this will help. Here, sir, I would also like to take the liberty of suggesting that kindly take a leaf out of the telecom department when they came out with ROW rules or ROW guidelines 2018. It was advisory to the states and to the local government that this is the guideline of the central government, and please follow this. Similarly, if a document can come out from the power sector, which is a guideline to the SERCs, it will become much easier for us as TSPs to go and talk to them. At least there will be a base document. Even if 50% of them agree at the first instance, it will help a lot. I would also suggest that in 5G, we must take advantage of the technology. We have network slicing and we have edge computing. So all the needs that people spoke about, smart metering, things of that nature, smart cities, will be met by 5G. So where is the need of reinventing the wheel? Let the experts do what they're best at doing and give you the services that you desire in the format that you want. At least economically, it will suit all of us. And with 5G coming, and once 5G matures, everything is going to be smart anyway. So we are not going to talk about smart cities and smart villages. Everything has to be smart in that era. So let's start preparing for that. And I must congratulate you for having taken the initiative. The 2-minute slip has come, so I'm finishing off. For having taken the initiative of sitting together across the table, regulator to regulator. But I would also make a humble submission, sir. Please involve the industry also. Because some of the inputs that we can give you are ground level inputs, where there is the problem. The shoe pinches at the ground level, not at the policy level. So with this, I rest my case, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, before we close, may I once again invite Dr. M.P. Tangirala, Principal Advisor TRI, to do the honors of felicitating with the TRI memento, Shri P.K. Pujari ji, Chairman, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, our keynote speaker for this session. Thank you, sir. We present to Shri Rajiv Sinha. And to Shri Ashish Upadhyay. Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Power. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. Thank you, Mr. Tangirala, for doing the honors. May I now invite Shri Sanjeev Sharma, Advisor TRI, to kindly do the honors of felicitating Dr. G. Ganesh Das, Chief Strategy Collaborations, Innovation R&D, Mrs. Tata Power, Delhi Distribution Limited. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation once again. And to Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, DG COAI. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we now close the proceedings of this session. Straight away moving to the next session, there is no gap. I would request everybody to kindly remain seated while we arrange the top table for the next session. We'll just take a few minutes to arrange the top table for the next session, which is on creation of common utility corridors, its impact and utilization strategy as a shared infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everybody to kindly remain seated, and may I once again remind for all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of session 3. And I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished and eminent keynote speaker for this session, Shri Giridhar Armane, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. I also invite Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRI. A warm welcome for Secretary TRI, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome Shri Prakash Gaur, Chief Executive Officer, National Highways Logistics Management Limited. A warm welcome to you, sir. And also inviting Shri Akhil Gupta, Chairman, Digital Infrastructure Providers Association, DIPA. A warm welcome to you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic for this session is creation of common utility corridors, its impact and utilization strategy as a shared infrastructure. And the time duration for this session is approximately 50 minutes, and we would request all our eminent speakers to kindly conclude in about 7 to 8 minutes each, as we are already running way behind schedule and we have a very important ministerial session coming up post-lunch. But to begin with the proceedings, may I invite Shri Kaushal Kishore, Advisor TRI, to welcome our eminent speakers on the dais with a green initiative. We welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Giridhar Armane. Warm welcome to you, sir. We also welcome Shri V. Raghunandan. Thank you, Mr. Kishore, for doing the honors. May I now invite Shri Anil Kumar Bhardwaj, Advisor TRI, to welcome Shri Prakash Gaur. And to welcome Shri Akhil Gupta. Thank you, Mr. Bhardwaj, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, we begin this session with the keynote speaker of the session, Shri Giridhar Armane, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, MORTH. Is an Indian Administrative Service Officer, did his BTech in Civil Engineering from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad, and MTech from IIT Madras. In his 32 years of experience in the Indian Administrative Services, Shri Armane has held various important portfolios of the state government as well as in the central government. And may I invite you, sir, to kindly share your thoughts with the august house present here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to welcome our eminent keynote speaker.
Good afternoon. I congratulate TRI Chairman and the officers for organizing this interagency discussion and also stakeholder consultation of very intensive kind. This is how we arrive at our policies to make India prosperous in the coming few years. I am grateful, in fact, to TRI Chairman that he helped us to come up with an important initiative in integrating the infrastructure services at the ground level. He was instrumental in promoting the concept of utility corridors all along the national highways. This initiative will be explained in much more detail by one of our panelists, but I'll take a few minutes, not more than 4-5 minutes, to explain what we are trying to do in Road Transport and Highways Ministry to make this integration of various infrastructure happen. These are some of the topics I would like to briefly touch upon. First one is Gati-Shakti. Gati-Shakti was a long due concept which now will take over entire infrastructure sector like a revolution. It has been thought of many times. Many people have lamented from the highest level to the lowest level that we all think in a siloed fashion. We don't execute in siloed fashion. We don't plan our infrastructure in a siloed fashion. which will result not only in delays, but also in huge loss to the public exchequer and inconvenience to the public. For the first time now, any physical infrastructure is being thought of as part of the overall grid of infrastructure which is to be built for the convenience of the common man. Whether it's a highway, railway, metro, optic fiber or other utilities, all have to be thought of as one single channel through which we provide the services to the people of this country. This has been made possible by using technology tool. The BISAC has provided us the backbone for planning in an integrated fashion. This will also help us to get the clearances quickly. We don't plan to take our road through wildlife sanctuary or the reserved forest if we know in advance that getting clearance in that area will be difficult. We will not have to cross railway line, same railway line many more times if we plan our alignment in an optimal fashion. The National Broadband Mission, all of you are aware much more than I am aware, but we are planning to spend huge amounts. Estimate is around 100 billion, including the private and public sector investment, which will bring the revolution, digital revolution, to the nooks and corners of this country. As Dr. Ganesh Das was explaining, in fact, roads provide the connectivity. They bring people together. They bring development to the remotest corner. If we build a road, first government officers will come, along with the development programs will come, and the awareness will come to that area. But the telecom services are instantaneous. They will bring awareness, knowledge instantaneously, and also it's very intensive engagement. For to use a road, you should have a vehicle, you should travel. But if you have a video phone, you can connect in a more intensive fashion instantaneously. So this is the real revolution which will take over this country in coming decade. And I wish well for TROY, DOT and all the players in the telecom sector to make this happen. This is the one statistic which all of you are aware. I need not stress again this aspect. The Indians have taken to communication technologies like ducks to water. As all of you know, the mobile phone is a constant feature in the lowest telewala to the highest level functionary in the country. The use of the digital means, even for financial transactions, has taken over the country. I was watching, in COVID, I was in Cabinet Secretariat monitoring the adoption of digital technologies. It rose from abysmal level to this highest in the world level in a matter of few months. The people took to the BHIM application, the UPI, just like they adopted to routine change in their daily lives, which means that people have immense flexibility, immense adaptability to take to the digital technologies, which offers huge opportunity to all of us. So to talk about that 100 billion expenditure which will happen in the broadband OFC area, and also to talk about the rapid growth of infrastructure, it will give an opportunity to us. Think of the scale, how these two huge programs, National Railway Plan, Bharatmala and the BharatNet, how these three can go together along with the plans in the power sector. We are going to build 50 corridors by the end of 2026-27. This will run along the length and breadth of the country. Earlier we had only 6 corridors, Golden Quadrilateral and East, West, North, South corridors. Now under Bharatmala we are building many more, connecting Kargil to Kanyakumari and Porbandar to Siliguri. So we will end up huge infrastructure, huge right-of-way being created in highway sector. Similar work is being done by railways and other sectors. Similarly, the freight carried on the national highways is going to increase, and we will connect more than 550 districts with seamless connectivity. That means around 4-lane or above 4-lane highway connectivity to these 550 districts. These will be expressways with huge right-of-way and very high-quality pavement, and the design will be so good that you can travel 140 to 160 kilometers per hour. You will be able to experience the quality of these roads when the Trans-Haryana corridor opens by end of this month. The 310 kilometers you can cover in 2 hours flat. So the 22 greenfield access control roads we are building at a cost of 3.5 lakh crores will be a major boost to the infrastructure sector. These are available to you, to the telecom sector, to the power sector, to the urban transport like light rail and metro. We are willing to offer you the right of way in these places, either to build a metro or to lay utility corridor. In fact, we are planning to build the basic infrastructure for the utility corridor and offer this as a service to the stakeholders. The aim is to reduce the logistics cost and also to offer a direct route between the different economic centers in the country. If traveling by road from Delhi to Mumbai has to be one full day, 24 hours, it's a shame for a country with the heft of India. We should not allow this to happen. So we are going to reduce it to almost 12 hours in the next 1.5 year period. Then the master plan for the PM Gati-Shakti has changed the scene totally. Already it's having impact on several infrastructure sectors. The network planning group under Gati-Shakti has combined the efforts of all the infrastructure sectors. Telecom also will benefit definitely from these planning processes. Then these are some of the things we have already done in the sector, the highway sector. High-speed, semi-high-speed we have integrated in Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Ahmedabad-Dholera is a shining example for that. We are providing metro connectivity in Jewar Airport and Gurgaon roads in the expressway. And optic fiber we have planned. Tenders are out for Delhi-Mumbai and Hyderabad-Bangalore. The solar panels also we are planning to generate electricity, not only to recharge the electric vehicle charging stations, but also to connect to the grid. Similarly, oil and gas pipelines, we offered our ROW along NH44 and NH544 in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So this is the example of Ahmedabad-Dholera. I will not go into details. It's there for all of you to see. You can visit Dholera and experience the integration which has taken place there. So ultimately, the details of this utility corridor will be explained by Chief Executive Officer of NHLML in more detail. I'll skip this slide. So the focus in our ministry is not to build only highway. The highway is for what purpose? It's for the connectivity. Connectivity either through physical means like rail, road or urban transport like metro or light rail, or through the electronic means. They have to be thought of as single notion of connectivity, and we are here to ensure that these happen without much cost to the country and to the public. Whatever it takes to make it happen, we are ready, and we will work with the DOT, try to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that enlightening keynote address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting our next eminent speaker, Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, is an Indian Telecommunication Service Officer of 1987 batch. He obtained M.Tech from SV University, Tirupati, and has a vast experience of 36 years in various capacities in the field of telecommunications, and is presently working as Secretary Telecom Regulatory Authority of India at New Delhi, and is coordinating all the activities related to the telecom and broadcasting sectors. Over to you, sir, for your address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Armane, my senior colleague, Mr. Akhil Gupta, Mr. Prakash Gaur, and distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I think as an organizer, I am aware of the time constraint, and I know that the next session is a ministerial session, and I must make it very as short as possible and then convey the whatever from the regulatory perspective what we are trying to do. So just I wanted to split into three parts actually my thoughts on this. One is about what are the initiatives taken in this common utility corridors creation in both at different level. My colleagues have already shared at the NH level and then at the national level. There are some initiatives at the state and then local levels which I can just briefly mention. Then what TRI has recommended in a broadly about the TRI's recommendations on this. So that is one aspect, and why this common utility corridors, that is the first aspect. And that is, as you all know, that without the common utility corridor aspects, the costs are going to be very high. In fact, as earlier an implementer and a part of the system of creating the infrastructure, I knew about these aspects, and we have undergone all these issues of cost, very high cost, and then redigging, and then once again doing the reinstallations, and then reforming. Everything will become a very extensive cost. So one is the cost, ease of maintenance, thereby improving the quality of service. These are the main aspects of actually common utility corridors creation. So in addition to the cost reduction alone. So coming back to some of the our initiatives taken at different, in fact in some of the states and some of the areas, is that one is the gift city. It's a model city where there are wet and dry systems are actually provided, and then it's around 27 kilometers of a tunnel where multi-utility things have been provided, and there the access to the utility corridors are separately given. So that is one of the models actually, a very nice model. Maybe the purpose of sharing these models is my regional heads actually I have called them here, and they will be in fact taking another initiative of taking forward this initiative, bringing the stakeholders together in those regions and taking that model and then organizing this kind of, because yesterday we started with the Silver Jubilee celebrations of TRI, and that was starting point of it. We have a year-long celebrations through taking forward these activities, and as matter of that, next immediate day we are talking about the collaborative regulation. So we will be taking forward further through the regional initiatives, bringing the stakeholders together there. One is the gift city in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, near to that, and another is about Chapra in Bihar. That is also being, that is about a local, around 15 to 20 kilometers they are doing that. Another is about BMC Corporation also it has done. And fourth one is actually some of the things which I can say that they have taken a number of initiatives of that common duct, how to take forward and then how to do it. These are all individual. And then NHLML, of course, he has already shared that Bangalore to Hyderabad and then Delhi, Mumbai, these are the corridors. We had a number of meetings actually with them, and then we have discussed this, and then we are taking forward further through some of these two are the pilots actually. This is only beginning, and it will take forward further. So that is about that, and I think Delhi Meerut also a concrete this thing has already been done. Ducting has already been done. That is another initiative. So these initiatives, if you just see the models, it will give us an idea how to take forward further, how to create business models. Business models are very important, and then that is how it has to be taken forward. So these models also can be discussed in these regional initiatives. And key aspect of this was actually recommended by TRI in our recommendations last year, that one of the key requirement is the ROW. We have recommended that ROW should be made free in line with BharatNet. BharatNet is again a common utility creation of infrastructure. Wherever the sharing of infrastructure is there, TRI is always a champion of that, saying that infrastructure has to be shared and it has to be nudged. So nudging theory says that we have to give some incentivization. So that incentivization is nothing but exempt the ROW for first 5 years for wherever common utility ducts are there. That was the key recommendation. I think government is also acting towards that, and then I'm happy to see that these things are coming, taking shape and then coming through. That is one of the key aspects, and also we suggested a common agency for implementing. That is how now NHL, I'm just seeing it may not be directly reflection of that. It has happened that way. And NHLML is taking initiative in the highways, and there are many initiatives will follow through this common agency creation. And we also suggested that the TEC should design what are the best ways of doing these common utility ducts, and that is also one of the things which is coming up. And then I am happy to share that, and then we'll take through the regional initiatives and then closely collaborate with the industry. Kochar Saab was telling that you should discuss with our ground realities. We will certainly discuss and we'll go into the depth, and that will take the forward. Thank you all once again. I want to be very brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that wonderful address, yet saving the time. And moving on, may I invite our next eminent speaker, Shri Prakash Kaur, who is Chief Executive Officer, National Highways Logistics Management Limited, has a rich educational background in planning, economics and transport from India and Europe. In the profession spanning over 2 decades, he has worked on urban development, tourism, transport, port, infrastructure projects, on public-private partnerships. And he has owned special purpose vehicle of National Highways Authority of India under Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. And over to you, sir, for your address.
Good afternoon, all. My secretary has laid the strong foundation for the sharing the infrastructure as we have seen in highways. He's also given the vision, what we are supposed to do. So my job is next 7 to 8 minutes to give you action plan, what the vision he has told. So directly come to the point, as Secretary rightly said, now National Highways moving from the vehicle moving organizations to the utility moving organizations also. So it will not just remain moving the vehicles, but we will also be providing the provisions for all the utilities, which I'll talk in detail later. PM Gati-Shakti, we talked about a lot. Sir has already explained details, but more important, when I heard the Honorable PM last year, near October, we announced, very clearly said, हम पोर्ट बनाते हैं, हम हाईवे बनाते हैं, हम रेल बनाते हैं, but कभी-कभी लास्ट माइल छूट जाता है. So it is not just about integration, sharing the infrastructure, it is also ensuring that those missing links are being covered in this. That's become very, very important for bringing the efficiency, the infrastructure, this thing is. That will bring the ease of operations of the infrastructure. So what we are also working, laying this kind of infrastructures with a vision of 2050 now. Just a brief shot of this organization recently formed as a 100% subsidiary of National Highway Authority of India under the guidance of Ministry of Road Transport, which has been also been mandated to develop its own OFC infrastructures across the highways and provide to various stakeholders, both on public and the private side, this thing is. With the objective to complement the national broadband missions, leveraging the national highway infrastructures in delivering this infrastructure. When we talk about digital infrastructures, we will be covering, as sir mentioned, all the greenfield highways, what you see in the next 3 to 4 years when they are built, they will also be completely equipped with the digital highways. So highway will not be remain just as a highways, there will also be super information highways thing is. So digital will become very, very important. So not only for its own infrastructures, but also for the other service providers and the agencies which can utilize. Few of the things which we are doing recently is in the Delhi Meerut Expressways, which you can see now, we only see the toll. Now we are moving to the ANPR mounted cameras. So vehicle need not too slow, this thing is. If you have a smart plate, it can recognize that, and from your same FASTag, things can be directed, this thing is. We are also having electric vehicle charging infrastructures across all the greenfield highways in every 40 to 50 kilometers. So vehicle need not to worry about the electric vehicles you are buying now, that when they're traveling on the highways, where they will charge not at 200 kilometers, but every 50 kilometers. So when you stop for your tea coffees and fast charging stations, you freshen up, good facilities of freshen up will be available, very high international quality standards. You can have your tea coffees, and by the time your vehicle is also charged, the way you are charged, the vehicle is also charged. The pilot project has been talked about, sir and the Secretary Sahib. The 2 pilot we have taken immediately in consultations. I must thank to TRI, the encouragement of the Chairman TRI and the members who had lot of meetings in last 6 months, not only with the TRI, with all the government stakeholders and the private sectors, TSPs and ISPs, that how do we really take it forward. And we have taken 2 projects, one is brownfield, one is greenfield. So as we all know, we are building 1350 kilometers of Delhi-Mumbai Greenfield Expressway, this thing is, which is an 8-lane expressway, is expanded to a 12-lane. On that side, the cross-section, what you see in such slide, that will be provided the OFCs. And we are also laying one on the 500 kilometer from Hyderabad, Bangalore, which is already existing highways. There also the OFC, the duct with OFC infrastructure will be provided. So what will be offering to all the stakeholders? 6 does with 696 cores available. So it is available to next 30 to 40 years. We are ready to increase the bandwidth depending on the requirements. So our target is, let's have an infinite bandwidth availability this thing is. So we should not be worried about 5Gs. Tomorrow when you're going to roll it 6 and 7Gs, the infrastructure should be available for us. That should not become a bottleneck while doing this thing is. There will be telco roams. So as I mentioned, there will be toll plazas. There's a wayside amenities that is 40 kilometers. There the telco room will be available for a plug and play. It's like a plug and play infrastructure has been provided in form of dark fibers to all the stakeholders which can utilize this thing is. So our role is really only limited to leverage infrastructure. People need not to come and dig the roads or lay their own this thing is. Common shared infrastructure as mentioned in the theme that will be provided. And every 500 meter you have a manhole, handhold, and then every 1 kilometer you have manholes providing. So from there one can really plug in and provide the last mile connectivities, both for in fact for the BharatNet programs and also the private sectors. We are in discussion with all the USPs and ISPs. The broad technical specifications you see on both sides, the way the corridor has been provided, there is a properly planning has been done that how this infrastructure will be laid, dry and wet section of both sides, so one can really deliver that. These are much more design concept of how the manhole and handholds will really be shared with among the infrastructure thing is. As I mentioned, that we also need to provide a digital infrastructure along our highways, so we'll be using some of the part for our purpose, and the remaining will be given to the various service providers up to our highway right of way. So he need not to worry about within our right of way. From our right of ways, one can really plug in and go up to the whatever last mile connectivity thing is. That will be very professionally managed, with surveillance agreements will be provided. So it will be very cost effective and competitive, which will provide. So what is benefit to the industries and in for the other sectors? Need not to invest capital expenditure, especially such kind of passive infrastructure thing is, which is already available on a plug-and-play basis and can make it active as per the requirement of the market. The very clear timelines for the pilot project is already been tendered. Many of the industry players here knows that where we in this quarter, by next month we will be able to award this, and you will see by the time all our greenfield highways are being operational, these infrastructure will also be made available to the service providers and all the stakeholders. We are not maybe limiting to this. Shortly you will see that as sir mentioned, Trans-Haryana being opened, we will be starting that, all greenfield highways. We will also be discussing with TRI and other that how the brownfield highways with the requirement which can really be attained. And then we will work on the policy also, where we take the inputs and guidance from the industries and the stakeholders to take it forward. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the last presentation of this session. And for that we have with us our eminent speaker, Shri Akhil Gupta, Vice Chairman of Bharti Enterprises, a chartered accountant by qualification with over 40 years of professional experience, and is a recipient of many awards. Currently the Chairman of DIPA, the Digital Infrastructure Providers Association, President of Telecom Sector Skill Council, member of the Advisory Committee on Service Providers of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, and numerous other such organizations. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Gupta for his presentation.
I think he has a severe bad throat, so he may speak. I think he was requesting us that he will be very, very brief. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Well, I will keep it extremely short for 2 reasons. One, I certainly don't want to eat into the lunchtime. And 2, as the Secretary said, I have a bad throat, so I have no choice. Very clearly, as Chairman DIPA, which represents the digital infrastructure providers, we wholeheartedly support and welcome this wonderful initiative on common utility corridors being taken up jointly between various ministries, being spearheaded by TRAI. So this is something which is very close to my heart. I see it really as a subset of the need for a much broader and a new policy covering the bigger aspects of right-of-way, street furniture, and in-building access. I know in my experience, DOT and TRA have given tremendous support on this. Currently also DOT has a new draft. TRA is already in the process of consultation on street furniture. So I think this is one initiative on the common corridor which fits beautifully into the overall scheme of things. I also feel that unless this is taken up in the right earnest, we would have a country and we would have cities and towns which will be constantly dug up. Therefore, this is not only desirable, but absolutely necessary. The second problem would be that in the absence of some kind of a rule, we will be left at the whims and fancy of every municipality who could charge whatever they want. And that could make the cost of providing telecom services very expensive. And the third fallout would be that where one common infrastructure could have done, we will have multiplication of infrastructure and capex. As you can imagine, our industry can ill afford excessive capital expenditure. I would just want to say, while supporting everything which has been said, only two things I feel we must take care of. Number one, that mere guideline would not do, because with 5G coming, we do not have the luxury of time to persuade every state to adopt the guidelines or the policy. I'll give you the example of DOT guidelines which came back on ROW, which came way back in 2016. It has taken us 6 long years at DIPA, which is now DIPA, to go to every state and try and get them aligned with those guidelines. We have succeeded with 36 states, which is a wonderful achievement, and that was only possible because DOT and TRAI walked with us in every meeting where we went. But even despite their presence, we are still left with 4 or 5 big states. Obviously, I would not want to name them here, but 4 or 5 really prominent states who have refused or have at least ignored the guidelines till now. So my request, Raghunandanji, will be, please find a way to make it mandatory, find it legally binding on the states, on the municipalities. Otherwise, we will be left behind in our dream of building the digital infrastructure that we are wanting to create. The second request would be, please make sharing absolutely mandatory on a non-discriminatory basis. You, as I mentioned earlier, at DIPA, our whole life depends on sharing, and we would be extremely happy to work with you to find that the sharing aspect is extremely important and will be implemented. I think the private sector, the infrastructure providers are ready to lay out the capital expenditure wherever needed, and I really feel that working together with TRAI and DOT, we will be able to achieve this objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And before we close, may I invite Shri Kaushal Kishore, Advisor TRI, to felicitate with the TRI memento. Eminent keynote speaker, Shri Giridhar Armane, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We also felicitate Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRI, with a TRI memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Kishore, for doing the honors. And may I invite Shri Anil Kumar Bhardwaj, Advisor TRI, to do the honors of felicitating with the TRI memento our eminent speaker, Shri Prakash Gaur, Chief Executive Officer, National Highways Logistics Management. We also felicitate Shri Akhil Gupta, Chairman, Digital Infrastructure Providers Association. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the proceedings, break for lunch now. And I would request everybody to be seated back by 2:15. And as we have a very important ministerial session after that, requesting everybody to be back in time. And when you all come back, kindly leave the sofas in the front row vacant and the first row of the round tables vacant for our senior dignitaries. Thank you. Once again, reminding everybody to be back by 2:15. by the Hotel Ashoka. For the ministerial session, we would request all our delegates to kindly leave the front row of sofas and the front row of the round tables vacant and be seated behind that. Kindly occupy the seats behind the front row of the round tables. We have also marked all the tables. We would request you all to kindly be seated accordingly. You may kindly take the help of our support staff in identifying your seats. Thank you. And may also take this opportunity to kindly request for all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we will be joined by our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, and our guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, for the high-level ministerial session. And we will go ahead with the proceedings of the session as soon as the honorable ministers arrive at the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everybody to kindly take their seats. Our guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji, will be joining us any moment now. I would request everybody to kindly leave the front row sofas and the first row of round tables vacant for the distinguished dignitaries. We have been informed our guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji, the Honorable Minister for Communication, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways, would be joining us shortly. I would request everybody to kindly be seated. Please leave the entrance and the aisle passages clear for the Honorable Ministers to walk in. May I request for the aisle passages and the entrance to be left clear. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting for the aisle passages and the entrance to be kept clear. उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों से पुनः निवेदन है, कृपया शीघ्र स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। माननीय मंत्रीगण किसी भी वक्त हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे। आप सभी से निवेदन है, कृपया प्रवेश द्वार के सामने ना खड़े होएं और मंच तक आने का रास्ता खाली रखें। Welcome. May I request for the entrance and the aisle passages to be left clear? The Honorable Minister is joining us any moment now. Requesting all our guests to kindly be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji, the Honorable Minister for Communication, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways. जोरदार तालियों के स्वागत करें माननीय अतिथि श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी का। May I request everybody else to kindly take their seats and be seated. And may I also once again request for all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode or switched off from now onwards. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention? Requesting everybody to be seated, kindly leave the entrance and the aisle passages clear. The Honorable Chief Guest would be here any moment now. And once again requesting for all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles. May I invite you, sir, to kindly grace the stage with your presence. Also inviting our guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Honorable Minister for Communication, Electronics and Information Technology and Railway. Inviting Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary Department of Telecom, Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRI, Ms. Meenakshi Gupta, Member TRI, and Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRI. Kindly take your seats. The exit doors to be closed. Thank you. Namaskar and good afternoon. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Guest of Honor, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Honorable Minister for Communication, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways, Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary Department of Telecom, eminent dignitaries on the dais, special invitees, distinguished international delegates, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. I have the proud privilege today in welcoming you all to the high-level ministerial session on behalf of the Telecom Regulatory Association of India, TRI. And ladies and gentlemen, the presence of the honorable ministers and distinguished dignitaries today here with us is a source of inspiration for us. And may I now request Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRI, to kindly do the honors of welcoming the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, with the Green Initiative. Thank you very much indeed, sir. A warm welcome. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. May I request Shri Rajiv Sinha, Principal Advisor TRI, to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, the Honorable Minister. May I request Shri Mahendra Srivastava, Principal Advisor TRI, to welcome Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary DOT with a plant. May I request Dr. M.P. Tangirala, Principal Advisor TRI, to welcome Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRI, with a green sapling. May I invite Srimati Vandana Sethi, Advisor TRI, to welcome Ms. Meenakshi Gupta, Member Tri. And may I invite Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Advisor Tri, to welcome Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary Tri. Thank you very much indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Ms. Meenakshi Gupta, Member Tri, to kindly begin the proceedings of this session with her welcome address.
Good afternoon and welcome to the ministerial session. Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for Communications, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways, Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw, Chairman Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, Dr. P.D. Waghela, Secretary Department of Telecommunications, Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary TRAI, Chairman of Regulatory Authorities from Bangladesh, Cambodia and Turkey, thank you. International delegates, senior officers from government, heads and representatives of regulatory bodies, representatives of industry and friends from media. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a moment of great pride for all of us to be part of celebrations of 25 years of Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, which began its auspicious journey on 20th February 1997. As a regulator for the telecom sector and the broadcasting sector, TRAI has displayed high degree of professional competence and transparency through a robust consultative process while giving well-researched recommendations in techno, legal, regulatory and policy space. TRAI has kept pace with changing technological ecosystem. The next generation communication technologies are providing innovative solutions as well as presenting challenges. Innovative digital technologies have blurred the boundaries not only among various sectors within a country, but also across geographies. This evolution has presented the opportunity for collaboration among the regulators across sectors within the country as well as among the countries. Therefore, we decided collaborative regulation as the theme for this event. In the forenoon today, we organized two parallel sessions. First one, a roundtable of international regulators on collaborative regulations using RegTech and technology platforms to see how collaborative approach among various stakeholders can address the issues relating to fraudulent communications and digital connectivity inside the buildings. Complexity of the issues makes it necessary to find technological solutions using blockchain, AI, ML, etc. At the same time, there is a need for sharing of experience and practices among the regulators and to develop ecosystem for international collaboration. Second one was a seminar where speakers from various sectors shared their views and experience on how collaborative regulation can be used for co-creation and sharing of infrastructure across sectors like power, road transport, railways, etc. It's a very happy coincidence that Silver Jubilee celebration of TRAI are also coinciding with the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. We in TRAI are committed to be active participant in the process of nation building and to strive for excellence. I would now formally welcome dignitaries and all the participants to this event on behalf of TRAI. It's my proud privilege to welcome our chief guest today, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Shri Piyush Goyal. Sir, we are extremely grateful to you that you could take time out from your busy schedule to grace this occasion. Your presence would certainly facilitate collaboration among regulators across sectors. We are honored to have as our special guest Honorable Minister for Communications, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways, Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw, who has been leading the telecom sector from the front and is a great champion of reforms in the sector. I take this opportunity to welcome you, sir, on this occasion. I extend a very warm welcome to Chairman Bangladesh Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, Shri Shyam Sundar Sikdar, Telecommunication Regulator of Cambodia, Mr. Shen Tong, and Chairman, Information and Communication Technology Authority, Turkey, Mr. Amar Abdullah Karzulu. I also welcome all other international delegates, senior officers from government, delegates from regulatory bodies in India, representatives of industry, and friends from media. We hope that the participants enjoyed the sessions and felt enriched by sharing of experiences and views. We are confident that the deliberations carried out will pave the way for newer collaborative approaches across the sectors and among the regulators for digital transformation of societies and economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for those warm words of welcome. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in requesting Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRI, for the special address.
Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Sri Piyush Goyal ji. Honorable Minister for Communications, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways, Sri Ashwini Vaishnav ji. Member TRI, Member Technology Digital Communication Commission, international delegates and chairman of regulatory bodies, Secretary DOT, the friends from the media, delegates from the industries, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me tell you that I am very happy by the presence of honorable ministers, our counterparts from so many different countries, and all of you in today's event that is part of Silver Jubilee celebration. Without wasting time, I will come to the deliberation which have taken place since morning in the two parallel sessions. So, today all the sectors are heavily dependent on the digital infrastructure, services and applications, and are being they are using them as transformational levers for the next stage of socio-economic development. India's GEM, that is Janadhan, Banking for All, Aadhaar Unique Identity Program and Mobile Initiative has shown the world how financial inclusion can be propelled through collaborative efforts of banking and ICT sector. In just 3 years, about 300 million bank accounts were opened. Digital infrastructure and technology are changing service delivery to the citizens in other sectors as well. That includes education, healthcare, logistics, agriculture, energy, and manufacturing. However, to realize full potential, enabling collaborative approach among various sectors for framing of policies and regulations is required. Globally, countries are focusing on collaborative efforts for building infrastructure to reap the benefit of increased scales, shared cost, lesser investment requirements, and new revenue avenues. Telecom sector has been a pioneer in collaboration and sharing of infrastructure. Way back, TRI had recommended infrastructure sharing between the players within the sector. Today, the Indian tower sharing model is considered as one of the best example of the infrastructure sharing. India has allowed active and passive infrastructure sharing among the telecom licensees. TRI's recent recommendation to expand the scope of infrastructure provider is to allow them to provide active infrastructure. Once implemented, can result in sharing of infrastructure in the complete entire value chain. On the basis of TRI's recommendation, government has also recently allowed sharing of infrastructure for all the major licensed players in television distribution sector also. The need for cross-sectoral collaboration for building a digital infrastructure has been emphasized by the International Telecommunication Union. ITU has defined a new benchmark for rating the countries based on whether conducive regulatory environment exists within a country for inclusive dialogue and harmonized approach across various sectors. The benchmark focuses not only on the breadth of the collaboration, that is whether all sectors collaborate, but also on the depth of such collaboration, that is whether the collaborative mechanisms are institutionalized or not. In this seminar focuses on finding ways and means for formal collaboration between telecom and other sectors for building and sharing digital infrastructure. Apart from this crucial ministerial session, we have designed 4 sessions focusing on possibility of partnership with smart cities, power sector, road sector, and transportation sectors covering ports, airports, and metro rails. Coming to smart cities, actually it relies heavily on ICT to deliver services to the citizen, thereby transforming civic governance. Therefore, for operationalizing concepts like smart traffic management or smart waste disposal on the ground, availability of the state-of-the-art digital infrastructure in every nook and corner of the city is a must. There are several street furniture in the city like electrical poles, billboards, bus shelters, gizmos that can double up as infrastructure on which telecom networks can ride. For that to happen, collaborative arrangement needs to be put addressing issues like right of way permissions, charges and availability of power. To understand this issue involved and possible solution, we have started a pilot project on use of street furniture for deploying aerial optical fiber cables and small cells for 5G networks in Bhopal Smart City. Another session in the morning was dedicated to discuss the feasibility of sharing infrastructure between telecom and power sector. The transmission and distribution networks of power sector are akin to the core and access network of telecom sector. This network similarities can help both the sector to complement each other's infrastructure requirement. The 5G small cells, which will be needed in thousands of numbers, can be installed on electrical poles and can be connected at the back end using aerial optical fibers deployed on these poles. On request of TRI, a working group for collaboration in infrastructure sharing between telecom and power sectors were formed by Forum of Indian Regulators, which Honorable Prime Minister has already emphasized, a platform in India for interaction of different sectoral regulation. The working group's recommendations were adopted by the forum and were also presented before all the chairpersons of the state electricity regulatory commissions. The response of State Electricity Regulatory Commission is very, very encouraging. It may be noted that CRC has already facilitated such sharing by the transmission companies. One more session in today's event was collaborating with the road transport and highway authorities for constructing common utility ducts along the roadside for use of various utility companies, including telecom, pipe gas, water and power on shared basis. On this issue, we have collaborated with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways earlier, and I am happy to inform that National Highway Logistic Management Limited, who is also entrusted with the implementation of multi-modal logistic parks, has floated a tender for 2 pilot projects for construction of ducts alongside Delhi-Mumbai Expressway and Hyderabad-Bangalore National Highway. The session that follows this ministerial session looks at various possibilities of using infrastructure available ports, airports and metro rails for providing digital services. We have already started collaborative pilot projects at GMR Airport Delhi, Deen Dayal Port Kandla and Namma Metro Bengaluru, bringing all the stakeholders together on a common platform. Learning from these pilots can be replicated by other ports, airports and metros for creation of digital infrastructure in similar collaborative manner. We also have a round table of international regulators and collaborative regulations using RegTech and technology platforms. As we know, unsolicited commercial communication, commonly known as spam, is a serious problem, and every country wants to fight against it, but the success has been limited. TRI initiated its action to curb spam in 2010, but the spammers continue to devise new mechanisms to circumvent the regulations. In 2018, TRI overhauled its framework and adopted blockchain as a RegTech to make regulations more effective. These regulations, sir, were implemented in 2021 and which has reduced the spam in the country in a very significant manner. But however, now, sir, the problem has come in form of fake applications. So that is another problem which, sir, we have to handle. The pandemic has shown, sir, the criticability of the one more issue. We talk about the quality connectivity for good quality of service. So pandemic has shown that criticality of a robust digital infrastructure is the need of the hour. TRI's studies on root cause of complaints in quality of service reveal that collaborative approach among real estate developers, property managers, city administration, startups and innovators is required to solve the issues that affect quality of service. Mechanism is required in which end user participate and influence decisions right from the design and planning stage of the network. TRI has issued a consultation for creating an ecosystem for robust digital connectivity infrastructure in the buildings. It envisages rating of the digital connectivity. TRI would be the first regulator in the world to introduce this approach, and we are confident that it would nudge property managers to work in the interest of the consumers and occupants. We will be collaborating with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and BIS for amending building codes and bylaws once the consultation is over. So these are the, sir, in total 5 subjects were taken. So we invite other countries to collaborate and work with TRI to develop an ecosystem for combating spam and improving quality of service. I am also sure that the deliberation in these seminars would provide a way forward for various infrastructure authorities and ministries to collaborate with telecom sector, which will help in faster deployment of next generation networks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that special address, your words of inspiration, and for highlighting the proceedings of the seminar and the roundtable. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Shri K. Rajaraman, Secretary, Department of Telecom, to kindly address the August House present here.
Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Honorable Minister for Communications, Railways and Electronics, Chairman TRI, Member TRI, Secretary TRI, and colleagues from within the government and outside the government, and friends. It's a privilege to be part of this grand show where we commemorate the steps taken by TRI over the last 2.5 decades in terms of various regulations that it has recommended to the government, resulting in a transformation of this sector over the last couple of decades. If you look at regulation as such, regulation has to serve a set of purposes. The first one obviously is to create a market that promotes competition, promotes a variety of products that would satisfy the consumer needs, and also result in a market that is transparent and non-discriminatory. So from all these perspectives, TRI has made a lot of strides in its various regulations that have spanned these 2.5 decades. Now, if you look at from today's perspective, I think the most important thing, as the Chairman TRI has already remarked, is to ensure that in the 75 years of independence, the things that need to be filled up, in terms of gaps, is what I think would require the most important attention. And that is what is about digital inclusion. Because essentially, world over, while the haves have marched ahead, the have-nots have been left behind by technologies. So that should not have been the case, and Government of India has made a lot of efforts in this regard to ensure that the have-nots are not left behind. The efforts taken in terms of the JAM Trinity, as Chairman TRI was mentioning, in terms of the financial inclusion coupled with digital inclusion, has ensured that the millions of our poor brethren are also taken forward in the process of development. So essentially, from that perspective, it is very important for us to ensure that the coverage of the mobile as well as the broadband networks across the country reaches every nook and corner of the country, especially the rural and remote areas, the hilly areas, and all other far-flung areas of the country, especially the northeastern states, and so on and so forth. So the efforts taken by all the service providers in this regard have been tremendous, and to say the least, because they have been able to reach out to the most inaccessible corners of society thanks to the efforts taken jointly by the government and by the service providers. The Universal Services Obligation Fund has played a very important role in filling up this gap of digital inclusion and ensuring that the poorest of the poor get access to mobile coverage in the remotest parts, especially those areas such as aspirational districts, the rural heartlands, and the northeast and the hilly states, and so on and so forth. So from that perspective, the regulation is all about ensuring fairness to every citizen of the country, and that way TRI has played a very important role in enabling Department of Telecommunication to perform its role in enabling rollout of services to all these parts of the country. The other thing which I would also like to mention is about the quality of service. This is something which is very, very important. This is a moving target. As technology evolves, the expectations of the citizens also go up, and as a result of which, I think the quality of service remains a moving target which every service provider, and as well as the government and the regulator strives to go after. So from that perspective, the consumer expectations in terms of download speeds, in terms of the latency of the system, and so on and so forth, remain a very important target for the government.
So from that perspective, I think this is a good opportunity for all of us to actually look back at what we have done and try and see how we can actually push the quality of service to the next level to enable our citizens to access services without interruption and with the highest qualities that can obtain anywhere else in the world. So from that perspective, the rollout of 5G services that is expected during the later part of the year is going to be a step in this direction and will enable a new variety of a new realm in the quality of services, as well as a new type of services that could be rolled out, essentially in terms of the use cases that could be afforded by the use of this technology. From that perspective, I think the role of regulation is also to ensure that technology is supported, and there is a technology agnostic nature of regulation, and also to ensure that technology results in more and more innovation that enables affordable services to citizens. From that perspective, I think TRAI's approach and its recommendations have helped the government in enabling harnessing technology for the benefit of our citizens. So with these few words, I once again congratulate TRAI, and I think this has been a very exciting journey in terms of the last 2.5 decades, and we hope that TRAI will continue to provide the intellectual support to government in designing policies in the coming years too. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the proud privilege in inviting our guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji, the Honorable Minister for Communications, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways. Please put your hands together to welcome him.
My senior colleague, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji, TRAI Chairman Shri P.D. Waghela ji, Member TRAI Mrs. Meenakshi Gupta ji, my colleague Secretary Rajaraman ji, Mr. Raghunandan ji, all the international delegates, friends from the industry, friends from media. This is supposed to be a round table and not a session of speeches, so I will not speak long. I'll just make 2 or 3 points, then leave it open for the guidance from Honorable Shri Goyal ji, as well as your points. The first point I would like to present here is about inclusive development. The thought process that we in India right now under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's leadership, we are continuously focused, absolutely clearly focused on inclusive development, and we call it Antyodaya. Antyodaya basically means development of people at the bottom of the pyramid, the people who are marginalized, the people who are living in far-flung areas which are cut off from the mainstream of development, the sections of society which are marginalized. So that's a very, very clear focus, and that translates into multiple different ways of reaching out to that section, and the reason is very clear. The economic divide which was there in the yesteryears, let's say if you go back 30, 40 years back, then the economic divide was still, it was possible to get over it through various means like education, like affirmative action, like various other supports in terms of industrial jobs, all kinds of supports were possible. But in today's world, where technology has taken the primary role in economy, in this world, if the digital gap is not filled up by a conscious effort, then the digital divide is going to accelerate significantly, and we may not be able to fulfill that, bridge that divide. So that's why the government is very, very focused, very consistently, continuously, persistently, government is working to bridge the digital divide. Multiple things. For example, the areas which are left out of 4G connectivity or good internet connectivity, government is funding setting up telecom infrastructure in those areas. Industry is supporting that entire endeavor through the USOF, And I'm sure USOF is a global phenomenon because it was ITU's structure, so that is followed all over the world. But very effectively that is being used to take telecom infrastructure to the areas which are left out. Second, lots of focus on using technologies which can accelerate this bridging the digital divide. For example, it's very difficult to lay fibers in hilly and mountainous terrains. So what do we do there? So multiple initiatives like using E and V band carriers, using light as a carrier, multiple different options we are trying out, and whatever is proven here in India would be available to all the international delegates. Please use it. We are a country which has always taken pride in sharing our knowledge without putting IP rights and patents and that kind of thing. For ages and ages we have been sharing the knowledge that was generated by this civilization. So all that will be available absolutely for all the other geographies which would like to use it. Third, we are creating open public digital platforms. These are all open source platforms. So for example, our payment system, it's an open platform on which any bank can today join, and trillions of dollars worth of transactions are safely happening on it. So for example, when Honorable Prime Minister gives the relief or the financial benefit to millions of farmers in the country, the entire system is so well synchronized and so well digitized today that without any hassle, the funds directly reach the account of the farmer. So that kind of system is available, and today I'm very happy to share with the audience that close to 17 or 18 countries are actively in the process of either signing agreements or signing MOUs or adopting that technology. Same open digital platforms in health sector, in logistics, in agriculture, in education. All these open platforms will be available for all to use, and whenever I speak to my counterparts in Europe or US or Eastern Asia, everywhere the people are very keen on adopting such technologies because that creates that public good which is important and which is essential for inclusive development. So that was the first point, inclusive development. The second point is about integrated planning and integrated development of infrastructure. So this is where the theme of Gati-Shakti, which is there today, and Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister is the champion of this theme. That theme comes into play that why should we, in today's world, why should we have a scenario where somebody has constructed a road and now somebody else comes and digs it to lay down a cable or a water pipe or something else? So why should we get into that scenario? In today's digitalized world, we have so many tools which are available which can be used for proper integrated planning. So a very comprehensive portal is being created in which all the ministries, all the sectors, all the stakeholders, the state governments, we are a federal country, so all the state governments all join and use that same portal for integrated planning. That's the second point. And just a few days back, we actually launched a portal for right of way in which 29 states have already joined. Other states are in the process of joining, and the right of way permission, which used to take about 100 days, is now taking about 22 days on an average. And the goal is to bring it within 2 weeks. So that's the kind of thought process which is there, and that's the action emanating out of it. Final point is about the 4G and 5G technology stack. All of you are technical, you know the technology better than me, so I wouldn't try to put it in a technical language, but what I wanted to press home, just one point. The point is, the 4G technology stack that India has developed is a virtualized technology stack. So the software can be from India, hardware can be from any supplier. So from the telecom operator's point of view, the cost of operation reduces, the dependence on one supplier reduces, the the life cycle cost of the entire solution, that reduces significantly. And whenever any update has to be made, the update can come into play very easily. Without changing the hardware, software update is possible to do. And 5G stack is also very much in good advanced stage. By somewhere September, October, India's own 5G stack will be ready. It will be launched. Honorable Prime Minister already launched the 5G test bed yesterday, which is installed in 5 institutes. So people are like very keen on testing their products. So my request will be to all the international delegates, please actively look at the Indian 4G and 5G technology stack. I can assure you it will be good on cost, it will be good on quality, it will be really a great contribution to your telecom consumers in your countries. So please take a serious, I'm not doing here a marketing job, but I'm basically telling you the big fundamental change which is there, big fundamental technological advance which is there in the Indian 4G stack. So please use it. It will be a great contribution this conference can make in your country. Thank you very much and look forward to listening to your suggestions and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing your esteemed views with us. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister launched the PM Gati-Shakti, a national master plan for multimodal connectivity, essentially a digital platform to bring 16 ministries, including railways and roadways, together for integrated planning and coordinated implementation of infrastructure connectivity projects. The multimodal connectivity will provide integrated and seamless connectivity for the movement of people, goods and services from one mode of transport to another. The PM Gati-Shakti National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity is being implemented under the stellar leadership of our Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, who is also our Honorable Chief Guest today. And now we present before you a short video on PM Gati-Shakti.
PM Gati-Shakti scheme is a new integrated and holistic approach to boost the development. It's a national master plan for multimodal connectivity. Under the PM Gati-Shakti scheme, more than 600 layers connecting 16 ministries are working on the BIZAG integrated portal. This will not only allow visibility of each other's work to all the departments, but it will also ensure efficiency and effectiveness. The PM Gati-Shakti scheme will bring rail, road, port and civil aviation under an overarching umbrella plan. The portal will enable proper coordination between all stakeholders for any development or construction related work and will facilitate a system that will bring together all the groups to plan projects effectively. Different organizations can work on projects in parallel to the land acquisition, thereby reducing overall costs. From the central government to the state government departments, from local urban bodies to private companies, this scheme will ensure unprecedented coordination between all stakeholders. Due to this national master plan, not only the departments but their plans will also come under one roof, thereby increasing the speed of their implementation. Let's understand working of Gati-Shakti through an example. Whenever a port is constructed, it is planned keeping in mind the development of next 40 to 50 years. A project of such a large scale will now not be limited to the Ministry of Shipping only, but the road, rail and communication network will also be developed to the appropriate capacity. With the National Master Plan, we can find out whether road and other infrastructure exists and whether there is a need for new infrastructure for the project. The data of each ministry will be continuously updated in the National Master Plan. And that's not all. Through the National Master Plan, the most appropriate route and fare can also be selected for transporting any goods to the destination. This plan will lead to optimum utilization of resources. That's how the fertilizers from the plants of western parts of the country will be transported efficiently to flourish the northern fields of India. The National Master Plan will also work as a guide for the investors by providing them the details of the industrial areas, where they are going to invest, and also about surrounding infrastructure, availability of road and rail network. This will increase the business opportunities and employment. The new India is evolving. The new India is changing. And in this new India, speed is just not about transportation. It is about the speed of decisions.
रेल से रोड पूरक हो, रोड से सी पोर्ट पूरक हो, सी पोर्ट से पोर्ट पूरक हो.
Speed of government's operations as soon as this plan gains momentum, so that no corner of the country is deprived of roads, railway, electricity, optic fiber cables and gas pipeline. Only then we can accelerate the speed of progress. Integrated mobility will enable local products to reach bigger markets with ease. Our businesses will be ready for global competition. Exports will be smoother, and the wheel of the country's economy will run on a faster pace. Work in progress will become work in pace. PM Gati-Shakti scheme, a master plan for multimodal connectivity.
And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for that wonderful initiative, and also for our Honorable Chief Guest for leading this wonderful initiative, the PM Gati-Shakti. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I have the proud privilege of inviting our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, to kindly share her views with the august house present here. Please put your hands together once again.
Thank you very much, Madam. My friend and colleague, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, the Honorable Minister for Railways, Communication, Electronics and IT. My colleague with whom I've shared many platform, particularly in his earlier roles as secretary in the government, but who's doing a very, very illustrious work as the chairman of TRAI, Dr. P.D. Vaghela, Shri K. Rajaramanji, secretary in the Department of Telecom, again somebody with whom I worked quite extensively in his earlier roles, Miss Meenakshi Gupta, member TRAI, Shri V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRAI. I'm given to understand we have several international regulators who have also joined this program. Warm welcome to all of you to India, and I hope you have found the deliberations useful and invigorating. All the international delegates who have joined this program, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, it's a matter of pride for all of us that TRAI is completing 25 years in the service of the nation, and I compliment Dr. Vaghela and your entire team for the wonderful work that you have done to help the Indian telecom industry grow in a very organized fashion. And of course, what better coincidence than to celebrate your 25 years when the nation is celebrating its Amrit Mahotsav, the 75 years of our independence. It's truly a matter of delight for me to be a part of your celebrations and to get an opportunity to talk about the Prime Minister's vision when he conceptualized the PM Gati-Shakti National Master Plan initiative. Earlier speakers spoke about the telecom revolution in recent times, in the going forward into the future, our own role, which is expanding significantly on research, on innovation, which brings to mind the huge impact communication and its technologies, as they evolved over the years, have had on human civilization. And if one goes back to the 4th century, the Greek hydraulic optical telegraph system in the 4th century BC, to the first commercial telephone services, I believe between New Haven and London in 1879. The world had seen one phase of growth in the communication world. After Marconi, the Italian inventor, made the first wireless telegraphy, we had our very own Indian scientist, Dr. Jagdish Chandra Bose, who pioneered the investigations of radio and microwave optics. And therefore, for us in India to be a part of this emerging story as we go into 4G, 5G, the Honorable Prime Minister also spoke about the 6G technologies which will come into the future. I think we are inspired by India's own contribution in the past in this field. And I have no doubt in my mind that the work that the telecom sector has done in the last few years, particularly, as Minister Vaishnav said, with regard to bridging the digital divide, with regard to making telephony and telecom a part of everybody's day-to-day life, an affordable and integral part of our lives. I have no doubt that information and communication technologies, along with digital connectivity, which is growing at a rapid pace to reach every village in the country, will be the foundation of India's growth story in the years to come. It will have its own impact on almost every sector in the country, and the new age digital connectivity, very often based on wireless, sometimes on wired and linked technologies, and of late also dependent in a big way with satellite technologies. All of them collectively as an ecosystem will play a crucial role in taking up the challenges that the world faces. And one of the most recent examples is clearly the COVID-19 pandemic, where the telecom systems, both in India and in the rest of the world, helped by enabling quick and easy access to health infrastructure, and of course, several other support systems, even as elementary a thing as keeping all of us locked down in our homes, which we could manage by working from home, using the communication facilities widely available across the country. The fact that entertainment was available at home, keeping everybody rooted to their own homes. The fact that education could quickly switch over to EdTech, and we saw the rapid mushrooming of online education during this period. And of course, India's own contribution to meeting the needs of the world in the IT space through the COVID period, so much so that I'd like to thank all of you associated with this ecosystem for earning India the title of a trusted partner, because through the COVID pandemic, we did not let down any commitments that we had made to the rest of the world in terms of providing back office support. The R&D work, the software development, the back offices that were running in India the storage of data that was happening in India, everything worked seamlessly. And I suspect not for 1 second did India let down any of our international obligations. And a big congratulations to all of you associated with this system, the ministry, the minister, the officials, TRAI, and all our other stakeholders, both in this room and otherwise, who made this happen. Today we are making great strides, very rapid strides, in new age technologies related with telecom and other digital infrastructure. In fact, if one was to see or encapsulate the work of Prime Minister Modi's government in the last 8 years, we could easily look at 5 principles which define the work in the last 8 years to promote this sector: reach, reform, regulate, respond, and revolutionize. And in some sense, earlier speakers alluded to all these subjects in one form or the other. The fact that the mission before this government and the nation is that we should take technology and broadband to the remotest corners of India, take it to every panchayat across the country, ensure connectivity to every village, both wired or wireless, as the case may be, shows the sensitivity of the government to bridge the digital divide that Minister Vaishnav alluded to ensure that no man or woman remains deprived of their ability to connect with the rest of the world. And this outreach, this reach, expanding through the nook and corner of the country, will be almost unique even when we look at other countries in the world. The kind of quality infrastructure that is going to very, very distant and remote villages is not found in many parts of the world, many parts of the developed world also. The kind of connectivity that we experience on our highways or on the trains is possibly not available in the most developed countries of the world also. And therefore, reach has in a way defined the growth of this sector, the organized growth of this sector, the very targeted programs to reach every citizen of this country, every resident of India. The journey of telecom in this country over the last 8 years has been one of significant reform which has helped bring down the cost of using telecom facilities, whether it's voice or data, to levels unheard of, unparalleled in the rest of the world. Reform to make life and business easier. Reform to save and protect issues or companies which are having issues. Reform to ensure customer gets choice, but customer also gets world-class services. And in several measures, this reform story, this reform journey is a continuing journey. And I was just having some informal discussions with Mr. Vaishnav, and we're already looking at newer steps, newer ways to make the telecom revolution always make it contemporary, ensure that it's ahead of its times. Our regulators have ensured the very proper, stable and predictable policies in the country. They have ensured that companies work to a plan, but companies also work in the interests of customers. And as Consumer Affairs Minister, I think I can express my gratitude to TRAI for ensuring that I have some of the lowest number of complaints in the Consumer Affairs Ministry related to telecom. This government responds whenever the need arises to any crisis. If I were to start listing out instances, probably Dr. Vaghela will have to serve us dinner also here. But it has been the most responsive government. Of course, in many sectors, including in the telecom sector in a very, very significant way. I was almost tempted to divert from the subject to something which is very contemporary and related to me, where the government demonstrated exemplary response and timely response, but I'll avoid talking about it and diverting the subject on hand. But truly, this has been a government that does not stand as a constant. With changing times, with emerging situations, this government proactively responds, it acts. And that, to my mind, is a pleasant change from the dinosaurial thinking that over the years, many of us had got used to. I'll never forget that as a young child, the common refrain to all of us was, "Chalta hai." सब कुछ चलता है, जैसा चलता है चलेगा. कई लोग बोलते थे भगवान भरोसे चलता है. This government decided to change that paradigm and ensure that we will be proactive, we'll ensure that things work in an orderly fashion, that things work for the best interests of the nation coming first, and to ensure the well-being of every strata, every section of society, rich or poor, rural or urban, young or old, ensuring that everybody gets equal opportunity to enjoy the fruits of development. And finally, the journey of telecom has been a revolutionary journey in the last few years. After the first generation of reform that Prime Minister Mr. Vajpayee had initiated through the new telecom policy in '99, I think the massive change, deregulation, simplification, ease of doing business that has been ushered in recent years under Prime Minister Narendra Modi have truly demonstrated how India will be at the forefront of the digital revolution and technology at its best available to every citizen of India. In fact, Dr. Vaghela talked about JAM, the Jandan Aadhaar Mobile Trinity, and the huge impact that has had on the lives of the common man, the people of India. It has connected literally every citizen across the country through technology with financial inclusion. It has helped direct benefit transfer take the fruits of technology to the people by ensuring that no leakages can happen when benefits have to be transferred to the common man. The direct benefit transfer has almost ensured low transactional cost and very, very high integrity, thereby resulting in savings amounting to lakhs of crores, billions of dollars to the government exchequer. And as the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned in Berlin, as many of us heard on television, gone are the days when the government used to be helpless before middlemen and corruption, and prime ministers were forced to acknowledge that when the central government or any government sends 100 rupees to the poor, they barely enjoy the benefit of 15 rupees. With an 85% leakage through the value chain, this country has transformed itself, has revolutionized itself, has reformed processes, has used technology to bridge the gap and ensure zero leakages, and 100 rupees that goes to the poor reaches the poor as 100 rupees with no cost on the poor, no leakages, no middlemen, no corruption in the system. And to my mind, for many of us, all of us who are taxpayers in this room, who often used to wonder that when we pay such taxes, is our money being put to good use? Who used to be concerned with this level of corruption over the years. This is the single most happiness that our taxes today, the taxes that you and I pay, are being put to good use. They are being used for the welfare of the poor. They are being used to respond to the needs of the poor. They are being used to provide toilets to every home, to provide electricity connection to every home, to provide cooking gas connections to every home, to ensure digital connectivity reaches every home, to ensure every family gets a proper house with over 30 million, 3 crore and more houses already having been built and given to the poor of this country, both in rural and urban India. All of these programs being possible because they are resting on technology. And I must say one of the biggest transformational initiatives was the One Nation, One Ration Card, which Prime Minister Modi had conceptualized, recognizing that there are large numbers of beneficiaries of the National Food Security Program and now the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana, by which free food grains are being distributed to 800 million people, 80 crore of our less privileged brothers and sisters, seamlessly using technology throughout the country. You no more need a ration card. Your thumb, your biometric is your ration card. You no longer need to go to your village or the issuing office where your ration card or your registration is done. You can pick up your grain from anywhere in the country, partially from one place, partially from another. You can pick up your free food grain eligibility or concessional eligibility at different times, at different places, more than 2 places, more than once or twice or thrice, at your choice. And that is empowerment of the common man that Prime Minister Modi has relentlessly worked for over the last 8 years. Truly a leader who's reflected that his government will be committed and work for the poorest of the poor. He said this when he took office 8 years ago, and now as we complete 8 years in office, I can say with pride that Prime Minister Modi has relentlessly demonstrated that his work is for the poor, for the less privileged, for the marginalized sections of society, without discrimination, for every person who deserves any support. And in all of these 8 years, all the wonderful work that happened, the common thread has been the Digital India mission, very, very ably managed by all of you in this room and by the ministry and by the regulators like TRAI. A big, big thank you to all of you for the wonderful work that you have done for 8 years. As the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, the nation has moved from the 2G age, and that's something we would all like to forget in a hurry, to 4G, and now the 5G stack that is fast taking shape under your leadership. 5G, I'm given to understand, will contribute over $450 billion to the Indian economy over the next 15 years. And the launch of our very own indigenous 5G testbed by the Honorable Prime Minister will certainly be a milestone in the journey, the Atmanirbhar journey of telecom in India. It will help in digitizing the economy, boosting the startup ecosystem, improving governance further, help ease of living and ease of doing business across the country. Thus, the two programs, the two technology programs that TRAI is launching is truly very, very appropriate and relevant as the government moves more and more towards a self-reliant economy. The collaborative regulations program that you have launched, the co-creation and sharing of infrastructure in sync with the PM Gati-Shakti initiative, truly has path-breaking potential. And secondly, the International Regulators Roundtable that you have chaired on collaborative regulations using RegTech and other technology platforms. To my mind, both of these are extremely relevant today, can generate the next level of transformation in this sector, and I compliment you for having visualized this, and I'm sure your pioneering work will help other regulators also, and this work will take the India story to the rest of the world to understand and learn what potential smart regulation and simple regulation has for the orderly development of this sector. The Prime Minister had conceptualized the PM Gati-Shakti a few years ago. In fact, the seeds of this started in his mind when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And he started this organization called BISAC in Ahmedabad. This works with geospatial mapping and over the years has developed an expertise in this subject. Prime Minister Modi was very keen that the age of haphazard development in the country, particularly in the sphere of infrastructure, can only be changed by the effective use of technology. And he conceptualized the PM Gati-Shakti. It's a very simple program, a very simple thought. And it's always simplicity that defines smart use of technology. His simple logic was, and this comes before all of us, as Minister Vaishnav said, for all our life, we've seen roads being dug up in a series of events. A road is dug up, a brand new road is laid down, asphalted, cemented, and then another department comes, says we want to put the drainage lines. So you dig up the road again, put it in, close it, make it as good as new, and a few months later somebody wants to put in a water line or an electricity line or a internet cable. And this story, ladies and gentlemen, we have all seen it. All our life, we have been concerned about it. We have criticized governments for years. But Prime Minister Modi looked at it from a solution perspective, not a problem perspective. The moment you start looking at a problem with a view that you have to solve it, you have to find a solution, life becomes so much simpler. And what was the solution he came up with? He said if we were to develop all the available resources in the country as data points using technology, and if those data points could talk to each other using your APIs, we could actually plan smarter, plan better, and implement our infrastructure projects more efficiently in a time-bound manner within budgeted costs. So his concept, which has now been translated into PM Gati-Shakti, was creating layers of data of different issues. For example, all the forests in the country have now been mapped on one map, which is one layer of PM Gati-Shakti. All the rivers in the country have been mapped on another map, which is a second layer on this. All the available telecom towers can be mapped, are probably already mapped on one map, which becomes a third layer. All the railway lines, all the seaports, all the airports, airstrips, all the roadways, highways, seaways, all in different layers of data, individual maps. And now we have over 400 of these maps with different data points. We are right now developing a map of all the testing facilities in the country, so that we can start planning the availability of adequate and appropriate testing facilities wherever it is really required. Rather than somebody making a transformer or a telecom product in, let's say, Bengaluru and having to take it to Chandigarh for testing. Where are the economic activity data points and where are the testing laboratory data points? Should any of you want to plan your industry, plan your business, plan the 5G telecom network that you are now going to roll out, all of these maps of data that have been prepared, which talk to each other through APIs, will be helpful in smarter and efficient planning of your infrastructure. And a simple couple of examples will help us understand this better. Of course, when a road or a highway is being built, all those who need to have any facilities along with that can now know through the PM Gati-Shakti that a road or a highway is coming up on a certain route, and I don't have a telecom facility on that route, so I better pitch in and tell them I want my telecom lines laid simultaneously, or I need my water lines laid simultaneously. The entire planning exercise gets comprehensive, very holistic. But look at another situation. We have the railway minister here. If Railways is planning a new alignment or a new railway line, and the plans are all made, they are designed based on gradient, based on curvature, all of that, the plans are ready. Surveys are done, very often takes a long time. Budgets are made, passed, and during implementation, you suddenly find it crosses a forest. And getting permission through a forest then becomes a nightmare. God forbid if it passes through a wildlife sanctuary, then the problem is even further, much more serious. And today we have projects in this country on different sectors, languishing for as long as 20, 30, 40, and in some cases more than 40 years. I think Ashwini ji has figured out what I am alluding to. For lack of sensible planning, for lack of proper database planning, for lack of integrating technology in the planning process. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a simple outcome that PM Gati-Shakti offers to all of us. And to my mind, nobody in the world has visualized this kind of a technology-based planning tool, which can help you in the planning, which can help you in a way going forward in reducing costs, reducing timeline to implement projects. So should a highway be planned and you find it passes through a forest, slight realignment, you skirt the forest area, and you won't have a difficulty while actually implementing the project. Or you find that it passes through a ASI site, a monument of national importance or a heritage property which you can't touch. You might as well plan from today to skirt that rather than get stuck halfway into the project. Simple, elementary, logical. But none of us thought of it for so many years. And when Prime Minister Modi articulated his vision on PM Gati-Shakti, while it sounded very simple, but I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a labor of love for the whole of the government. and while 16 ministries were listed there, in some sense, almost everybody in the government has played some role, some contribution to making PM Gati-Shakti happen. Another example of a whole of the government approach that Prime Minister Modi has continuously articulated and focused on. BISAC did some outstanding work on making this a reality, and today we are all blessed to have a very, very effective instrument as a tool to help us plan our infrastructure better. I'm really delighted, Dr. Vaghela, Ashwini ji and your teams, that you have chosen to discuss PM Gati-Shakti with our colleagues from abroad, from our industry colleagues, and to take up this in mission mode to help us in our plans to support the economy as much as we work cross-sectorally using PM Gati-Shakti, where telecom and other sectors partner with each other. We'll be able to increase our scale, we'll be able to reduce our costs, we'll be able to leverage shared resources amongst different departments, we'll be able to improve our reach to the common man to bridge the digital divide that was mentioned earlier, and truly amplify the development journey of India across the length and breadth of the country much faster. We'll also be able to locate our economic activities smarter. Where should the textile clusters be? Where should the pharma parks be? Where do we have defense corridors? Where do we need a new port to come up or a new airport to come up? Which is the new alignment of a highway or a rail route or a inland waterway where there is potential, economic potential to grow? All of this is possible because the data compiled in PM Gati-Shakti is robust, is contemporary and vibrant. I'm sure this kind of sharing of digital infrastructure and data will help us in having secure, sustainable, scalable and collaborative approach for planning smarter. B, can create common utility corridors for different sectors like gas, electricity, water, optical fiber, telecommunications, and in that sense the model ROW code that you've come up with is extremely important step. I'm happy to hear that almost all the states and union territories are onboarding on it. I'm sure that can become a template for other areas of infrastructure planning and faster rollout of infrastructure to engage with. Such public-private collaboration will certainly help us in creating innovative models of development. I'm told that your next session, you're going to engage more deeper into how the railways, ports, airports, metros, all of them can be brought together in this collaborative approach. So friends, this is the future of India. This is the mantra on which we all are collectively working towards the making of a developed India. An India which is quality conscious, which is cost conscious, which is time conscious, and all of these reflecting on a sense of responsibility. The responsibility that all of us share in India's growth journey. We are on the path of unprecedented economic growth. Every economic indicator shows good times ahead of us, be it the growth of the GDP, be it the improvement in the lives of our common man, be it the high international trade in terms of our own engagement with world trade, be it the fact that today we are a provider of technologies to even the developed world. As the Prime Minister said, Digital India is an instrument of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Digital India is our collective commitment. Digital India is the fountainhead or the foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat. To my mind, because of Digital India, no power on earth can stop India from becoming a developed and prosperous nation. My best wishes to all of you, to you in the journey of the next 25 years, to all of you as India moves into the Amrit Kal, the 25 years which will define India's future and the future of every citizen of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that motivating address and the words of inspiration. And may I now request Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRI, to kindly do the honors of felicitating our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Waghela to also felicitate and thank Dr. Ashwini Vaishnavji, the Honorable Minister, our guest of honor today. Thank you, Dr. Waghela, for doing the honors. May I request Sri Rajiv Sinha, Secretary TRI, to kindly do the honors of felicitating Sri K. Rajaraman. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Dr. M.P. Tangirala, Principal Advisor TRI, to felicitate Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRI. Thank you very much indeed. And may I invite Sri Mahendra Srivastava, Principal Advisor TRI, to felicitate Ms. Meenakshi Gupta, Member TRI. And may I invite Sri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Advisor TRI, to felicitate Sri V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRI. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Sri V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRI, to kindly close the proceedings of this session, the ministerial session, by proposing the vote of thanks.
Honorable Ministers, dignitaries on the dais, international delegations, all senior officers from the government regulatory bodies, friends from the industry, media, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of TRI, really I am fortunate to be with you, all of you, for presenting the vote of thanks. From the entire TRI family, a special thanks to our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry and Consumer Affairs, Food and Distribution and Textiles, for accepting our invitation and for being with us today. Sir, your thoughts truly inspired us. Sir, the energy levels with which you have spoken really inspired us, and then you have appreciated TRI and also the industry, all of us, and then it has set a high benchmarks on us, and then honest on us to live up to your expectations, sir. We will respond to that surely, sir. Thank you very much. So, sir, we are also really thrilled to have our special guest, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister of Communications, Electronics and Information Technology and Railways, for this event. The presence of Honorable Ministers heading the different ministries and controlling different sectors is a testimony that the whole government approach they are following, and then it is not only following, they are actually truly displaying. Sir, we are really honored to have you here, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for guiding us in this occasion, sir. Sir, despite, sir, cabinet meeting today, both the honorable ministers have made it a point to see that they have reached in time and then to be with us. That shows that the importance which you have given us, sir. We are really grateful to you, sir. So on a personal note, sir, I am just afraid that when I was tracking your movement, both of the ministers' movement, they were still in the cabinet meeting. The moment they left the cabinet meeting and then they are here, sir, I am afraid you have reached so in time, and I am not sure whether both have you taken lunch. So we would request you to kindly join us for the high tea immediately after this, sir, on this occasion. And I am also grateful to the heads of representatives, various international regulatory bodies from Bangladesh, Turkey, Botswana, Cambodia, Uganda, Mauritius, as well as the representatives from the APT Secretariat and GSMA for having come all the way to India to grace the occasion, Silver Jubilee celebrations of TRI. Their august presence in our midst has added value to our program, sir. My special thanks to Mr. Rajaraman, who could not make it yesterday, despite being, I hope, sir, he has fully recovered and then he has joined us today, and we are indeed glad, sir, you have joined us today. I am also grateful to all the speakers, panelists, who have come all the way to present their thoughts and views. And I am also thankful to the members of the press who are here with us today. And finally, I would like to thank actually our own chairman, Dr. P.D. Waghela, and members of and member TRI, Ms. Meenakshi Gupta, who have been a constant support to all of us and inspiring us for the preparation of this event. I will be failing in my duties if I don't thank my own TRI officers, principal advisors, and all other members of TRI who have worked relentlessly for making it a grand success. I also thank Ashok Hotel and all others who have made this event a grand success. Thank you all, sir, once again.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I now invite all our international regulators to kindly join the Honorable Ministers on the stage for a group photograph. All the international regulators. I would request everybody else to kindly remain in their seats. Sir, आप बैठ जाइए, they can stand. ये चेयर्स पीछे करवा दो. चेयर्स पीछे करवा. जल्दी आ जाओ. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all our international regulators who have traveled from all across the globe to be here with us today, joining us for the celebrations of the 25 years of glorious existence of TRI. And after this picture, we would like to invite the senior officials of TRI, advisors and above, including advisors from the regional offices also. So one more group photograph with the officials of TRI, sir. All the TRI officials to kindly join on the stage. All the officials who have come from the regional offices also to kindly join. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will break for high tea. I would request everybody else to kindly remain seated. Kindly leave the aisle passages clear for the honorable ministers to leave. आप सभी से निवेदन है, एग्जिट द्वार को खाली रखें. माननीय मंत्रीगण वहां से बाहर जाएंगे. आप सभी से निवेदन है, निकास द्वार का रास्ता खाली रखें. Please kindly leave the exit passage clear for the honorable ministers to leave.
Very nicely come.
And ladies and gentlemen, the high tea is of 15 minutes. I would request everybody to be seated back for the last session of the seminar. Thank you. 4:15. I would request everybody to be seated by 4:15. We will begin the proceedings of the last session at 4:15. Thank you. We have just one more session left to go. Once again requesting all the delegates to kindly be seated back.
प्रेजेंटेशन है इसके बाद वो मिनिस्टर साहब ने बंद कर दिया। यहाँ पर
Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everybody to be seated. I would request all our distinguished guests, delegates, to kindly take their seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the last session of the seminar, which is on cross-sectoral dynamics of public-private collaboration for creating innovative digital infrastructures. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on stage eminent speakers for this session. I invite Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Advisor TRI. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Shri Anjum Parvez, Managing Director, Bengaluru Metro Rail Corporation, BMRCL. Inviting Shri Balaji P, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer, Vodafone Idea. And also inviting Dr. Ravi P. Gandhi, Chief Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our eminent speakers on the stage for the concluding session. The topic for this session is cross-sectoral dynamics of public-private collaboration for creating innovative digital infrastructure. And this session tends to explore the collaborative possibilities between the telecom sector entities and various administrative setups like airports, ports, and metro railways to co-create and share the digital infrastructure. The time duration for this session is approximately 50 minutes. Which includes the presentations by all our eminent speakers for 8 to 10 minutes each. And to begin the proceedings, I would like to invite Shri Amit Sharma, Advisor TRI, to welcome Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma with a green sapling. May I request you, sir, to also welcome Shri Balaji P with a green plant. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. May I now invite Shri R.R. Tiwari, Advisor TRI, to welcome Shri S.K. Mehta. I'm sorry, sir. We would like to welcome Dr. Ravi P. Gandhi, Chief Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Group. And we welcome Shri Anjum Parvez, Managing Director, Bengaluru Metro Rail Corporation. Thank you for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart the session, we now invite our first eminent speaker, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, who is an officer from the Indian Telecom Service of 1994 batch, having more than 26 years of experience in the telecom sector. He is an engineer, has done his postgraduate from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, in association with Syracuse University, USA. He also has a degree in law. And in his present assignment, he is working as advisor, Telecom Authority, Regulatory Authority of India. And may I now invite you, sir, for your presentation. And may I remind you, the time limit is 8 to 10 minutes.
Thank you. My co-panelist on dais, Shri Anjum Parvez sir, Shri Ravi Gandhi, Shri P. Balaji, all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. The topic for this session is cross-sectoral dynamics of public-private collaboration for creating innovative digital infrastructure. And let me put aside the cross-sectoral dynamics and let me focus first on the public-private collaboration for creating innovative digital infrastructure. Since the program, the theme of this program is centered around PM Gati-Shakti, which is a national master plan for multimodal connectivity, so I will be focusing on the logistics sector. So whether it's a port, airport, or connected industries, digital infrastructure and the next generation technologies like 5G, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and machine-to-machine communication are being increasingly used in logistics sector and transforming the way the business was being conducted. Just to cite few examples, I have taken here the port of Qingdao, one of the top 10 busiest ports, which processes around 19.3 million containers every year, has facilitated 5G rollouts and automated all its manual operation leveraging 5G solutions. And they are able to save up to 70% of the labor cost. The airport of Chengdu Tianfu has launched digital infrastructure supported smart services like VIP recognition, luggage tracking, and augmented reality-based map navigation of the airport. They have all facilitated installation of 5G networks and are using them to provide these services. Similarly, Mercedes-Benz in one of its plants in Germany has fully automated factory floor using 5G and artificial intelligence-driven analysis. Using 5G networks, the remote assets are being tracked and monitored by cameras and IoT technology. Instead of having a fixed layout for production, the factories today are just building floors, walls, and ceilings, and using mobile technologies to have a reconfigurable assembly line. So unlike the older days factory where they had a fixed assembly line, nowadays there is no fixed assembly line. They are robots which are able to reconfigure themselves and reassemble based on and are able to give customized products. And Mercedes-Benz is not the only one. Bosch has built a similar factory in China. So in the short time that I have for the session, it will not be possible for me to delve on each and every sector, but I would like to specifically discuss the shipping and civil aviation sector as how digital infrastructure and services built over public-private collaborative efforts are helping them to automate their operations. And as far as the metro rails are concerned, I am sure Shri Anjum Parvez ji is here and he will touch upon that. So ports have been one of the foremost entities that are benefiting from the benefits of 5G use cases. The Zenun port in China, port of Hamburg, Germany, port of Livorno, Italy, are examples where 5G networks are being used for traffic management, monitoring of ports through IoT sensors. They're also using augmented reality-based solutions for construction and training. This is a very graphic-rich slide, but what it tries to tell is that from seaside to the port and to the land side, there are several applications that can be used for management and operation of ports which ride on the digital infrastructure and services. And I would specifically mention some of them like remote control of gantry cranes, quayside container cranes, unmanned aerial or drone inspection, video surveillance, and AI, artificial intelligence-based facial recognition, fault management, and predictive maintenance using IoT sensors. These automations are transforming ports from a mechanical era to an era of fully automated, digitized, and connected supply chain. Until and unless the ports in India upgrade themselves using digital technology, they will not be able to leverage the benefits of cost reduction, increased efficiency, improved security, competitiveness, and productivity, and may not be able to fully integrate themselves to the global integrated world trade. Let us now look at the public-private collaborative approach for digital infrastructure creation and use of next-generation technology in the civil aviation sector, and how these technologies are helping the airports in handling of cargo, airside operations, and passenger handling services. Airports have already started managing border controls and passenger movements through facial recognition. They are using autonomous vehicles for cargo movement and snow plowing. RCEV, which is the French regulator, they have awarded a spectrum in 2.6 gigahertz band to Hub 1, which handles all the 3 airports in Paris, including the Charles de Gaulle. They have built a private state-of-art mobile network at all these 3 airports, which caters to around 1.2 lakh employees and have around 1,000 companies that are working on these airports. So they are a city in itself. They are complete ecosystem in itself. And Air France has also partnered in this venture. As has been informed during the day, in sync with PM Gati-Shakti initiative, TRAI has initiated pilot projects at Deen Dayal Port Kandla, GMR Delhi International Airport, and NUM Metro, Bengaluru, with the aim to put in place enabling regulatory and policy framework for deployment of small cells and aerial fiber using street furniture. The learnings from these pilots can be replicated across all ports, airports, and metro rail systems. Apart from logistics, almost all sectors like healthcare, retail, finance, energy are using next-generation technologies and digital infrastructure for applications like monitoring and tracking, smart surveillance, preventive maintenance, autonomous robotics, augmented reality, connected, and automated cargo. The possibilities are limitless, and let me tell you, this is no sci-fi that I'm talking about. This is all happening in India as well. What you require is just simple cameras and sensors, and through use of networks, the data from these cameras and sensors can be collected, and using simple applications, they can be developed into use cases. A little more state-of-art requirement would also include robotic arms and automated machines. The creativity and ingenuity of startup ecosystem in India is also putting these ingredients and are converting them into 5G use cases. A simple example is of a stone crushing machine, which are present in hundreds of numbers in any state. Stone crushers are fed stones which have to be smaller than a specified size to convert them into boulders, and are used for road construction. And they are normally such stone crushers are established, outside city where there is no network, no LAN infrastructure or optical fiber infrastructure. So these sites have to depend on mobile connectivity only. So if the stones that are fed are too large, there is a possibility of machine damage and halting of operations. So what the simple applications are that have been implemented in India, they are doing is that they are using the images of the stone to capture in real time, and the simple application, they would remove the stones which they think would damage the machines. They have also put sensors for capturing the thermal and physical conditions of the crushing machines to suggest preventive maintenance. India has a competitive advantage in form of software power, where most of the technical institutions are already training our young generation in concepts of data analysis, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. We should use that to our advantage to create Industry 4.0 compatible manufacturing and logistic solutions. Globally, establishments like port, airports, manufacturing bases, and logistic hubs are using 5G networks, which either they have built themselves or in partnership with telecom service providers, depending on type of automation required and complexities involved. Rotterdam Container Terminal, which handles logistics in Netherlands, have got its own 5G network. Association of Global Mobile Suppliers has identified around 58 countries and 656 organizations that are known to be deploying LTE or 5G private mobile networks or have been granted a license that is suitable for such deployment. Deloitte study predicts that 1/3 of the private 5G market spends during 2020 and 25 will come from ports, airports, and similar logistic hubs. 5G networks built for private use through TSPs or otherwise are in same stage of growth trajectory as the public branch exchanges were in 1980s. Back in 1980s, we wouldn't have thought that a PBX would be part and parcel of every organization, but it became a reality in a decade or so. So what do we conclude from this discussion? So I'm not a soothsayer or a fortune teller who can gaze into the crystal ball and say that this is going to happen in 2025 or 2030. However, with my experience of almost 27 years in this sector and my study, I can predict that within 5 years, 5G networks built for private use by telecom service providers or otherwise will form a considerable percentage of total high-end enterprise businesses in developed countries. So there are two takeaways from this discussion, one for the logistics sector entities and another for the telecom service providers. Globally, there is a public-private collaborative efforts going on to build digital infrastructure and next-generation networks, where entities like ports and airports are collaborating with service providers or themselves spending millions of dollars to build the networks that can cater to their needs. Unfortunately, in India, such ports, airports, entities, they are denying permission for creating digital infrastructure or asking for hefty right-of-way charges. So I think we have boarded the wrong train. It's time to get down as soon as possible. While investing into private networks may not be feasible as of now, all logistics sector entities should collaborate and partner with telecom service providers and infrastructure providers to help them build digital infrastructure without any charges. To the service providers, I would say that they should come forward and proactively overhaul their enterprise business arms to cater to this space and partner with logistic entities. They should also associate themselves with all greenfield projects from the very planning stage, as envisaged in the Gati-Shakti. Only then the vision set by our Prime Minister for Gati-Shakti will be fulfilled. As we have seen in the video on Gati-Shakti in the ministerial session, where the Prime Minister is envisaging that the railways should complement road should complement seaport, and seaport should complement airport. This can only happen when there is a cross-sectoral collaboration and public-private entities partner to build the required infrastructure and facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that informative presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our next eminent speaker, Shri Anjum Parvez, who is an officer belonging to the 1994 batch of Indian Administrative Services, and he is an engineering graduate from IIT Delhi and a postgraduate in Public Policy and Management from IIM Bangalore. And in about 25 years of working as an IAS officer, he has held various coveted positions in Karnataka state government and has rich experience in e-governance issues. At present, he is working as Managing Director, Bangalore Metro Rail Corporation. And over to you, sir, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Parvez.
Respected Chairman of Telecom Regulatory Authority, Waghela sir, my co-panelist Balaji, Ravi, my very old friend Sanju. Very surprising, out of the 4 people who are sitting on the dais, 3 of us, we belong to the Indian Telecom Service. So I have some attachment with the Telecom Service. I started my career in '91 as an ITS officer. We were all together, so that's an honor.
The first of all, I would like to congratulate sir on celebration of this 25 years of Telecom Regulatory Authority. It's a great achievement. It's a great achievement, and I was listening to the speech of both the IT Minister as well as Piyush sir, really inspiring, and it has given us new energy to create this digital infrastructure or the Gati-Shakti platform, which our Honorable Prime Minister has emphasized, and the work is going on. I will not talk about what is digital infrastructure. We all know that what is digital infrastructure. Most of the people who are sitting in this hall are from the field of the IT, and the biggest challenge is that how to utilize the different digital infrastructure that is can be created on a common infrastructure and can be utilized by different people. And the whole idea is that we are all sitting here who are providing either the services we are providing the people, or we are providing the product to the people. And from both the perspective, our whole target of this whole exercise is that how to reduce the time in delivering those services and how we can cut down on the cost on these services. And both these things are going to be achieved by utilizing the common infrastructure that is we are talking about, and we'll be creating those kind of things. Now, before going further into the cross-sectoral coordination and other issue, I would just want to have a few slides on Bangalore Metro, because it's extremely important for all the players who are sitting here, whether national player or international player, that they should know that what kind of infrastructure that Metro is having and what kind of potential is there, where they can come forward and invest and be our partner in achieving these things. So the Bangalore Metro is basically a SPV, and it was created for the purpose of putting the infrastructure of Bangalore Metro. 50% is Government of India and 50% of Government of Karnataka, and it was started in the year 2005. So it's a very young organization, and we are in the very initial phase of creating the infrastructure. This is the operational network of BMRCL as of now. We have 56 kilometers. If you compare with Delhi, we are nowhere, but very soon we are going to give a competition to Delhi, and but we are just beginning, so we have just 56 kilometers, which is a part of phase 1, which was operationalized. But see the infrastructure, we have 42.3 kilometers of network which is ready. Out of this is 33 kilometers elevated, and we have underground also almost about 9 kilometers, and there are 40 metro stations which are there. And similarly now our phase 2 has started, and under phase 2 we are putting 75 kilometers, and by 2024 this entire phase 2 will be completed. So we'll be adding another 75 kilometers, and it's going on very fast. Almost about 70% of the work have been completed. And then our prestigious project is coming, that is the Bangalore Airport corridor, which is going to come up, and Outer Ring Road, which is the hub of the IT sector of Bangalore. So all the IT people are sitting on the Outer Ring Road, and they are the biggest beneficiary of this thing. We have two phases, phase 2 and 2B, and with the completion of all these things, by September 2025, the Bangalore will have a network of 178 kilometers. So right now we are at 56, but by 2025, we'll be at 178 kilometers. But our main vision is that we are going to start another phase, that is phase 3, which will cover the other part of the Outer Ring Road. And this is our total master plan of Bangalore Metro. So by 2031, we are going to have 317 kilometers of metro network in Bangalore, which will be very close to the metro network length which the Bangalore is having. And as we know, as the time passes, there is more and more requirement of the mass transit, and this number is going to go bigger and bigger in the future. So I'm just giving a sum of that, what is the kind of infrastructure which I'm going to have by the year 2025. So if you see by 2025, I will have 153 kilometers of viaduct and thousands of pillars. Then I have land below the viaduct, all belong to the Bangalore Metro. We will be having 112 elevated stations, 23 kilometers of underground tunnel, 19 underground stations, 7 depots, and a huge chunk of land which will be available with me. Thousands of square feet of rooftop which is going to be available on this metro station. At parking lots, we are having the space, large area of entry and exit point, and the train coaches itself. We should never forget that the train coaches itself can be created as a part of the common infrastructure. The whole idea of putting this thing is that not only that I am going to have the infrastructure, but I am going to have the pan-Bangalore presence. That is extremely important. Because the metro is a network which is covering your entire city, and if I can tell you any operator want to utilize only by my metro infrastructure will be able to cover the entire city of Bangalore and provide the services to the people. But the biggest challenge is that how we are going to utilize this infrastructure, how we are going to have a partnership, whether with the other government department or with a private partner to create an innovative digital infrastructure for the use by the multiple players. So, which is commonly known as, I saw these two words in the letter sent by Try to me, that is the co-creation and sharing of infrastructure. And I can tell you that Bangalore Metro is a greenfield project, as we are talking about. And if we can get the offer at this point of time, it will be really great that we can incorporate those things in our design itself. So this is the right time to work on that. I will just deviate a little bit and tell a few more things that how we are engaging the private players in the field. So as I told you that my outer ring road is all IT parks are there. Huge IT parks, Embassy IT Park, Manyata IT Park, different builders are there. And many of them are ready to name the metro station itself in their name. So like for example, Infosys Foundation, Electronic City Station, they want to be named in the name of Infosys Foundation. And they are giving 140 crores, the entire cost of the station they are going to give. And they are going to put a 700-meter foot over bridge, which is going to be a state-of-the-art air-conditioned foot over bridge, which will connect the concourse area directly to the Infosys Foundation campus. So this is the kind of connectivity that we are thinking about, and similar thing is going to be done by the Biocon, similar thing is going to be done by the Embassy. So this is the kind of move which we have started, where we are going to mobilize a lot of money from the private sector, and we are going to bring a sense in the mind of the private players that this metro does not belong to the government. They are the partner in building the infrastructure of the Bangalore Metro. And Bangalore Metro is not, it's popularly known as Namma Metro. Namma is a Kannada word, Namma means mine, and generally people know it as a Namma Metro. So that is the kind of sense and feeling that is going to happen. Now, the best part is that from the phase one itself, Mr. Shiv Selam was the managing director of BMRCL at that point of time, who has worked in a telecom department as secretary telecom. He retired. And he had that vision, and he has started utilizing at that point of time itself that why the metro infrastructure cannot be a TSP, ISP friendly infrastructure. So presently, we have accommodated telecom service provided in the phase one alignment. We have 26 number of towers, which is the common towers which have been put on the rooftop of the metro station, and we have at 7 underground stations. The tunnel is running, and we are working with the 3 telecom agency, that is the Airtel, Jio, and Vodafone. And this all have been done in the partnership, private partnership with the ATC. We have not invested any money in this. Similarly, if you see that we have put leaky coaxial cables in the tunnel to provide the underground station connectivity, and we have put 643 per kilometer of SPR fiber to provide the ISP, that whosoever is coming to have partnership with us, they are already utilizing this thing. We have provided enough room space at the concourse level. It has been given to the telecom provider to extend their IBS solutions. And one thing we have to keep in mind that the fiber and metro track are being preferred by most of the operators, because one thing is that it's a very, very safe thing. You need not worry about the safety of your cable, and it is a very, very reliable. 24/7 is the availability of those things. And we have also designed our station in such a fashion that all the telecom operators, if they want to take their cable inside, it should be easy. So at the planning stage itself, we make the provision of these things that in future their requirement could be taken care of. So going further from here, I'm really thankful to Try that they have taken Bangalore Metro as one of the pilot projects under the 5G scheme, and all our people are really thrilled, sir, that we are looking forward that we will be the first metro to provide this kind of, and we can be a part of the PM Gati-Shakti program that to come on that. And feasibility study has already started, sir, for starting the installing of a small cap on the canopy structure. That also we are doing in-house, sir. Then for track coverage, we are designing a special slim pole so that we can do the entire coverage at the track also, and it is all being planned to augment the fiber capacity laying and all those things. So we are going in a big way that how the metro infrastructure can be utilized. Now, as I told that it came in the newspaper as a big article that Namma Metro could help power your 5G connection. So all people are looking forward that how metro is going to play a role as far as the 5G is concerned, and we have already decided a stretch of 2 kilometers, that is from the MG Road station to Alsur Metro station. This is the most busy part of Bangalore, and if this trial is successful in this area, we'll be taking in other part of the thing. So we are fully ready for that, and it's a win-win situation. I always say that nothing comes as a charity, so if somebody is coming forward, I am also looking for that how I can earn money for my non-fare box revenue, and you will not believe that as of now we are generating 13.5 crore per annum from the 26 towers which we have put. So I can imagine then when each and every pole of metro is having the 5G cells and multiple 5G players are coming in the picture, the kind of money which can be generated by the BMRCL. So that is also my interest for coming here and sharing that thing, that please come forward and be our partner. Then the commuters are going to get benefit massively, that they can have a big umbrella coverage of 5G network when they are traveling on the metro. So that will be an additional attraction for traveling in the metro. And it is going to help me also when this kind of data availability and the speed is available. It will be very useful for my QR generation operation at the entry gate and all those things. That is going to be very useful. We are planning to come up with a monthly pass which is based on the face recognition. So you don't need a digital card. You just go in front of the gate and gate will automatically open and you can enter. So when we are going for those kind of technology, time is very essential. How much time you have to extend to your face to be recognized and the data to be transferred to the back end. And those things are going to be very, very fast when all this kind of infrastructure, even the card reading and all those things are very, very useful. So this last thing is that the development and the practical implementation of the cross-sector digital ecosystem, it will allow for synchronizing of scientific and technological progress of several industries, making the most effective use of the synergetic effect from the interaction of ecosystem actors and ensuring the transparency and openness of ongoing process therein. So this is the whole thing what Piyush sir and Ashwini sir was talking about, and in fact I'm going to start working that how the metro network of different country can be put on the Gati-Shakti as another layer. So I think we'll start working on that, and I want assistance of the TRI on that, that how that effort can be taken with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. But two things which I would like to further share, that it is not important only to create the infrastructure and giving that infrastructure to the private players, but when we are talking about the coordination, the speed, the delivery of services and all those things, it is extremely important whether as a government organization, whether we are able to or whether we are ready to share our data with the private players or the public players. That's extremely important, and if you are able to, if the TRI can take up a policy decision on that also, but that will be really helpful. And as of now, in fact, I want to share with you that I have just signed yesterday an MOU with Google people, where I am going to provide the entire data about the train movement of my metro station so that they can map on the Google map. And for the commuter, it is going to be very easy to know that what is the position of the metro station and what time it is reaching a particular station, even when they are not inside the metro station. So this kind of information, if you can provide to the private players, they can work on that to provide better and better application. And the second challenge is that who is going to invest in this common infrastructure? Whether the owner of that infrastructure is going to create or somebody else is going to create. So there are multiple models. It all depends upon the finances of the institution. Maybe that metro may not be having that kind of finances to put up the 5G cell on each and every pillar. So definitely I'm going to call a tender, sir. In addition to your pilot scheme, I'm going to call separate tenders where I'm going to invite the private players who can invest the money in creating this common infrastructure, and in turn they can give it to the other private players for their services. So these things are very important, and we are geared up, we are looking forward, we are energetic, and on behalf of Karnataka government, I can commit to you, sir, whatever is required from the Bangalore Metro to make this dream successful, we'll do it, sir. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that very exhaustive presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our next eminent speaker, Shri Balaji P., Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer of Vodafone Idea. He holds an engineering degree from IIT Roorkee and an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. He is an experienced director with a demonstrated history of working in the telecom industry, skilled in management, leadership, marketing, and business development. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to welcome Shri Balaji P. for his presentation. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. At the outset, Chairman TRAI, senior officers of TRAI, I join also in congratulating you on completing 25 years, glorious years in the service of the nation, service of telecom sector, customers, as well as for facilitating the orderly growth of the sector. So thank you so much for the role that the institution has played over the years, sir, and to you, sir, for taking this opportunity to get so many diverse people in for very, very timely discussions on collaboration. The fact that we have such a distinguished set of speakers from across the world and also from different sectors shows the, should I say, the front-running role that Chairman TRAI is taking along with TRAI in addressing real issues, not just about policies, but from policies to implementation, because that's really where often sometimes the vision fails when you get to execution on the ground. So really, thank you. It's very, very timely. To fellow panelists, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Anjum, Mr. Gandhi, I think, and to so many distinguished invitees from the industry. I would say that yesterday itself in the plenary session that the Honorable Prime Minister set his vision, it was very evident. He said, I'm not looking at 5G alone, I'm looking at 6G in this decade. It just step back as individuals and just look at it as a citizen, and you realize that it's a vision to die for. To do that to jump 2 generations in the space of 10 years is quite a challenge that we think we can actually overcome as a nation, as individuals, and as ecosystem and stakeholders. And then, of course, when you talk about Gati-Shakti, we had 2 ministers talk about their vision, and we had Mr. Piyush Goyal talk about what Gati-Shakti is about beyond the 16 ministries, getting a whole government view. Frankly, there is very little left for us but to say, you know what, yes, we can, and that we will absolutely do what we have to do, our specific role in anticipating issues, but look at it from a solutioning point of view. So there are issues, if we engage early enough in a collaborative way with, with an open mind, then we can absolutely find solutions to each one of those problems. In the context of, I think if I say 5G, a lot of statistics are available, but frankly, I am convinced, as is my organization, that in 10 years from now, at least 90% of all the broadband connection will be on 5G. That's the kind of low latency, high capacity application that we see happening. So 3032 is not very far in the context of the 25 years that we've gone by. So it is going to happen at a pace which is dramatic. Surely, enabling environment has got to be there, and I think apart from the spectrum availability and the spectrum pricing, the biggest thing which is to our mind important is to look at the ROW, and that is where the fact that 4G and 5G together can be horizontal across all sectors, not just on the consumer facing side, which is of course EdTech or FinTech or distance medicine and telemedicine and so on. That's on the consumer side. But frankly, the big push, as rightly pointed out by so many eminent speakers before, is in the enterprise space, and more importantly, in smart governance and in smart cities. And in these dimensions, the ability of 5G to provide seamless solutions is extremely high, but it's about the help me help you kind of a collaboration that will take this forward. If I look at it in the context of what has been talked about already as policy measures and execution methods, whether it's DOT, which has kind of simplified the whole SACFA process, whether it is the fact that they've made import licenses easy, the fact that they've actually come up with, at the recommendation of TRAI, on a way that small cells can be now just registered, and you can actually go ahead and just put it in a portal, pay a small fee, and actually have small cells. It's a way of kind of making sure that some initial steps have already been made in the direction. The pilots, which TRAI has so strongly advocated, the 4 of them, and we are there in, with all our fellow operators, is again a step in the right direction, because it will identify very early the issues, so that we don't wake up halfway down the process that we got derailed by something else. But it's actually saying, can I project myself into the future and say, if there are going to be 100 smart cities, how do I deal with it from the Bhopal experience? If there are going to be 205 smaller ports and about 60 major ports, can I look at the Kandla experience to figure out what is likely to happen and what chaos can ensue if it is not done in a very systematic manner? So kudos to you, sir, and to the entire TRAI for taking a role beyond just policy consultation, which is a given. That was the previous 25 years. What you are doing is taking TRAI's role to the next level for the next 25 years, which is from promise to delivery. And to me, that is something that itself gives us a lot of boost as industry players to say, you know what, we earlier used to worry about whether there will be impediments. Now we are saying there are actually solutions possible. All we have to do is to align very quickly and identify the right points and to make sure that they actually get executed. Some of them could be through incentives, some of them could be through gentle nudges, some of them could be through shoves, sir, and some of them could be through mandates as well, right? So it's a bit of all those things that government and regulator knows how to get done will have to be done in this journey of collaboration for sure. And I think that's one thing I thought I'll just mention as a principle at the beginning. We have enough global experiences and local expertise and innovation to fall back upon to actually make some of these dreams a reality. If I look at just the ports, and we talk about 205 non-major ports, really the kind of volume that we take today pride is that in 2022 there's about 650 million tons of cargo traffic which was actually handled. But imagine India become a 5 trillion economy with 1 trillion digital economy. This number, and becoming a major export hub with PLI schemes and everything becoming successful already, this number of 650 million tons will probably go quadruple in a matter of 10 years. Now, it is impossible to then deal with it unless we have a very strong framework. And I think the topic of saying reg tech, which is a very nice word, which has been coined by TRAI, along with technology and collaboration will happen. Because frankly, technology exists. But to get that technology to actually get executed on the ground requires a lot of collaboration. I'm just taking a few examples to make the point. We don't have to think too far ahead. We can actually use existing templates in other parts of the globe. If you look at least one of the world's busiest container terminal, which has actually used 5G technology in order to make things happen out there. They use artificial intelligence. They actually use laser scanning and positioning. They've got programs to locate the 4 corners of each of the containers, which allow them to accurately grab and put them into driverless trucks. Now, we have those templates. Which of them are relevant to us in our context is something that we can easily decide and then do a plug and play, because that's really the way to build. There's no need to recreate everything that someone else has figured out a smart way of doing. If you look at the civil aviation sector, I think the goal of what the government says, from making sure that the common man or woman can actually move from railway to airlines is something which is going to drive footfall in these places much more. And therefore, if we can do smart things, and there was talk about one example of facial recognition, but there are so many elements that we even demonstrated recently in pilots, which we were given in Pune and Gandhinagar. We showed it in IMC as well. So facial recognition as a technology, as well as using many, many different things to dramatically alter the pace of the consumer journey before they enter to the time that they actually leave the airport on the other side. Right from shortening queues and check-in for luggage drop-off, identity checks, etc., is well understood. It's just about saying, if it has happened elsewhere in the world, we can do it faster and more efficiently, because our requirement, as Ravi, we talk about, right, the density of people in India is significantly more per kilometer than anywhere else in the world. Therefore, we have to pick up the templates and make it even more efficient. And with the intelligence that we possess, with the tools that are available to us and the aspiration that we have, I don't think that's a problem. It's just that those things about, do it myself, do it for myself, that mindset, I think, is the cultural shift. The moment that has changed, the magic will be seen. I would only say that, that from the infrastructure point of view, the fact that Mr. Anjum talked about what they're intending to do in Nama Bangalore metro, it's really heartening to hear. We would be absolutely willing as industry to kind of collaborate in very, very seamless manner. Whatever expertise we have, we'll be very happy to share with you. If that helps you plan and design your networks better, more power to you and to us, right? So that is what we will work with, that absolutely open collaborative approach. And as I said, sometimes with incentives, sometimes with nudge, sometimes with little shove, and sometimes with mandates, we will make sure that this journey that the Honorable Prime Minister and the government has set for ourselves to rapidly leapfrog and to get to the next stage where all our ports and our seaports, airports, rail stations and enterprises are cutting edge and the best in the world. I'm sure we will absolutely see it in our lifetime and leave this sector richer and the nation richer than what we probably inherited it a few decades ago. With that, I thank you for the opportunity for sharing our thoughts, and frankly, more than our thoughts, it's the optimism and the open hand of collaboration that we as an organization want to mention on behalf of not just Vodafone Idea, but the entire telecom operator fraternity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the last presentation of this session and also the last presentation of the seminar. And for this, we have with us our eminent speaker, Dr. Ravi P. Gandhi, who has a PhD from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, and BTech from National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra. Before joining the corporate sector, he has been part of the Indian Telecom Services and has served Department of Telecommunication in various roles. His career spans around 3 decades with diverse experience in telecommunications industry. Dr. Ravi P. Gandhi is currently the President and Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory at Reliance Group. And may I invite you, sir, to kindly give your presentation.
Thank you, madam. Respected Chairman TRAI, respected member TRAI, respected Anjum, who also happens to be a friend. We started our career together in ITS in the year 1992-93. Senior officers of TRAI and the friends in the industry and media. Being in the last session and last speaker of that last session, the most difficult thing to do is not to remember what not to repeat, because what I'm trying to do is not to repeat all the jargons and the words which have been used by the previous speakers about electronic, whether it is e-pharmacy or e-commerce or whatever ways. Okay. I think after a few years we'll stop using E in front of it, because the moment we say commerce means e-commerce. Okay. So E is, I think, for next few years. After that, probably E would not be there, is what I believe. And second point is the Honorable PM Gati-Shakti program. So Gati is actually speed and Shakti is power. So is power responsible for speed or speed responsible for power? So that's a debate probably all of us would have, whether it is the Shakti of Gati or Gati because of Shakti. I believe it is Gati because of Shakti. Shakti coming from the vision of Prime Minister. Shakti coming because of collaborative approach between private and public partnership. And this is one great example where what we are discussing here, the kind of, say, pilot projects which we are doing under the, I think, support of TRAI, between private operators, private industry and the public sector, as Anjuman also talked about, the network which we are building. One thing which we talked about was, which I think Mr. Anjum talked about, was if you have connectivity, probably this 140 crore would increase. So the 30 crore, the revenue which you earn from telecom operator for building the infrastructure or using your infrastructure would be much less than the value which would increase for the stations, or the cost saving in terms of security, the cost saving in terms of women's security, security of children, the kind of facilities which would be there, and other cost savings in logistics. So one of my suggestions is it should not be seen as a revenue generating opportunity for this kind of infrastructure. It is one thing which is must. You can't have a railway or metro without having connectivity. It is must. It is like having water or sewer kind of a thing. So once that is so critical, it cannot be imputed with any value. So that's where probably I think is the project which we are talking about, which we are doing with various organizations, with Kandla Port, with Delhi, GMR, with Indore, Bhopal Smart City, etc., to show the value of communication. Why the communication is so critical for infrastructure. It cannot be valued. So this also has to be seen. Some of the points which Balaji talked about was right of way. So this right of way also has to be seen in a different way and talked in a different way. Right of way by name means there is a giver and a taker. So that relationship is of giver and taker. The moment there is a giver, he would impute some value, and that value would be typically monopolistic value. And the taker may have to see whether he should take or not. If he is not taking, it is not a loss to giver, it is not a loss to taker, it is a loss to society. Because the whole 2 days workshop we have talked about the benefits of connectivity, the benefits of digital India, the benefits of electronification. Those benefits to the society are lost if there is no agreement between giver and taker. I think this right-of-way name has to be seen from collaboration perspective, the power of collaboration. That is what I think Shakti in Gati-Shakti program, probably Honorable Prime Minister would have thought that when all of us sit together, we will not see one person serving other or the other serving the first. All of us building the nation, building the networks, building the infrastructure together for the country. So I think that's one message probably which I think is the most important when we talk about rolling out 5G, though we agree the utility of 5G, the utilization of 5G, and whether it is verticals, whether it is robotics, drones, agriculture, AR, VR, all kind of uses we heard all speakers talking about it. But at the end of the day, the network is to be created. When the network is to be created, what is so special about 5G? It is high capacity, as Balaji tried to actually speak about that point, high capacity, extremely high capacity, which can meet the requirement of the Indian consumers, India. 4 years ago, the total minutes which were carried by consumers were around 400 minutes per consumer per month. Now we have reached 2,000. Despite data, the voice minutes have increased 2.5 times in 4 to 5 years. Data consumption used to be around 100 to 200 MB per month, which has now reached to around 18 to 19 GB per subscriber per month. So the way, and nobody had ever thought of it, that this kind of growth in consumption would be there, while it's not proportionate to the revenue growth, that's a different story. But the utilization has increased multiple times. And we don't know after 5G how many times it would again increase. And what is the latent demand on which we are sitting. So keeping that in mind, very, very high capacity networks are required. Second is very low latency, because the kind of applications which we are thinking, would require low latency. And latency, low latency will come in only when we reach closer to the user. And how do we reach closer to the user is by taking fiber, by taking the data centers, by taking the applications closer to the user. So that means that infrastructure has to be created. Now we are not in that era that in a small city we will put 2 BTSs and serve whole of the city. So we have to practically reach to every road, every row, and then serve to the consumers. Third is the moment we have dependence on like drones flying, carrying the packets from one person to the other person, envisage the underlying layer would be ubiquitous. We can't have a situation where drone is carrying a packet and suddenly it finds no network. So network has to be everywhere. It has to be ubiquitous. So these are the 3 things which are critical must for the kind of connectivity which we envisage. And the 4th point, which is extremely important, is affordable. Because that's coming from that, despite 1,000 time, 2,000 time, 10,000 time increase in traffic, the revenue stays where it is, almost nominal growth in that. So the paying capacity of the consumers need to be kept in mind to ensure that these are available at the affordable prices. So these are few things which I thought I'll bring it to the discussion table. And about co-creation and sharing, I remember in 2002, 2003 when DMRC was going to start the services in Delhi, the first underground tunnel which was going to Lal Killa, the cable, leaky cable to cover that was done jointly by all telecom operators. That was the first instance probably of the co-creation of network 20 years ago. And fortunately I was part of that whole discussion and implementation of that. And DMRC gave everything free of cost to all of us, and all space, everything. And the network was created by all operators together. And that's how the first tunnel, when it was launched with proper 2G coverage. There was no call drop in the tunnel. So that's the history of co-creation and sharing. I think we need to take it going forward also. And after that, whole tower sharing came, where Indus, Infratel, and many other companies were there, and the passive sharing came in. Now we are talking about active sharing, etc. So the industry actually finds the easiest or least cost path. If the industry feels that by sharing they can save the cost, at the same time if it is not compromising competition, they would share. So sharing has been into the DNA of the telecom industry. That's what I believe. The only thing is that how do we ensure that the ubiquitous coverage, ubiquity is maintained? That is one. Probably that's the theme of this conference, where telecom operators, the industry, all the government bodies collaborate together, create that power, create that Shakti, so that we get the things at a very, very fast speed. That's the true Gati-Shakti. And second is, of course, that issue is anyway being resolved by TRAI, is about having more and more resources to get the speed and meet the capacities by spectrum, and the things are on the way. So that one central part is being addressed. I think this is a distributed part, which is distributed across the country with users, which now need to be addressed so that we are able to achieve the network, the kind of digitization which we envisage. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I once again invite Mr. Amit Sharma, Advisor TRAI, to do the honors of felicitating eminent speakers. Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Advisor TRAI. We present a beautiful TRAI memento. To Shri Anjum Parvez, Managing Director, Bengaluru Metro Rail Corporation, BMRCL. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for doing the honors. May I now invite Mr. R.R. Tiwari, Advisor Tri, to felicitate Shri Balaji P. And to Dr. Ravi P. Gandhi. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of today's seminar. It indeed was a successful seminar with a lot of wonderful, excellent, insightful presentations we had from our eminent speakers. We thank each one of our speakers for sparing their valuable time and sharing the wealth of knowledge with all of us present here. And of course, once again, before we close the proceedings of the seminar, congratulations to each one of you, especially the TRI officials, for completing 25 glorious events. And let's put our hands together to that. And I understand, of course, the celebrations are not going to end here. They are going to continue over the next complete year till we come to the next anniversary. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we close the proceedings of the seminar. It was wonderful having you all. You all were a very good audience. And thank you once again. Have a safe journey home. Good evening and namaskar. And ladies and gentlemen, may I invite all the TRI officials for a group photograph with Chairman TRI and Member TRI. All the TRI officials to kindly join us on the stage for the group photograph.
just after photograph, just have a chat with you. Sanjeev, कैसे करना है? सबको नहीं आता है ना इतना बड़ा ग्रुप है